Yo, what's going on, everybody?
There's not a real contention.
The German.
Welcome to today's video. My name's Chase. Immediately when you take it, you get a big kick from the test base, and then you get, a little bit of a peak from the test probe, a day later, and then, really, like the levels are all pretty stable, anyways, when it comes to testosterone, but overall, it ends up being 2,000 milligrams of total test throughout the week, and then we've got the 700 EQ and 700 tren enanthate mixed in there as well. And then 7 milligrams of retatrutide a week.
The age of the influencer is over.
Yeah, I was feeling sick and tired, so I couldn't get up and stream earlier. Otherwise, I would have.
The time of the buck.
Dripping sweat on the thing, but I didn't want to chance it with this weight because this is a PR for me. Three sets of 5 of this, and so anyways, I'm onto the cement, which actually is better, or at least it felt better. And I never thought my squat was this. I had this wide of a stance. It kind of makes me think of a Chinese guy's thing. Here we go. I sped this one up a little bit. Yeah, makes me look freaking huge though. The low angle does.
Get out.
Yeah, this is actually easier than 585. So I've got one more workout, which 600 or 601 for a set of 5, depending on what plates selection I can use.
Here, unless they legitimately think there are 27 months in the year. This is probably, like, this paragraph alone is one of the most disqualifying and insanely disgusting, crazy things. It's just the most outrageous, stupid thing. I feel like any dollar amount that I ask for, you're going to say no to, and that's just going to make me feel even worse. And that's the message that she deleted. Their updated complaint is pretty good. He implies the plaintiff is trying to milk him. The word gooner is slang for someone who is deeply engaged in excessive adult, X-rated content consumption. X-rated? You already said adult, no? Jesus. These definitions are from Black's Law Dictionary. Yeah, they have an entry for gooner now?
I literally have to lock Gummy in another fucking room when I'm eating.
Seems like you were fucking lying.
Poopy Dick, Tony Tillers, can we react to this? Also, did you ever DM Tyson Hockley about debating the Gary Numbers guy? I'm not... When the fuck did I ever say I'm debating the Gary Numbers guy? Why in the hell would I ever waste my time on that stupid horseshit? So, fuck no. Probably at least be mentee.
And what I found was as disgusting as it was
Yeah, haven't watched this yet. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Dick.
shocking. Ben was an absolute fraud. I was introduced to the true Ben Azuli, a monster. Ben was not leaving Israel to go to Thailand because he had the flu. He fled Israel because he was wanted.
Azuli. You guys remember that piece of shit, right? The Shaolin monk trained cream of some young guy. Secret weapon? And yeah, he taught him how to use his secret weapon so good things were shooting all over. They were even hitting the ceiling. So yeah, he trained them real good, that asshole. Well, you know what's going on now? Remember that video he made saying he wasn't a PDF file? He never did all those naughty, dirty things, right, in those documents? Well, he deleted that one, and then he goes and puts a new one, thinking we're all a bunch of assholes and we don't remember what he said in the first one. But Benjamin, do you really think people can forget all the shit that comes out of your mouth? Because your mouth is so full of shit, right? You better start loving eating it when people see what I do to you now, you asshole. But that's not just it. Your whole life is full of shit, and I'm going to show everybody all the lies you've been trying to keep from them, and something else new. Your business partner, your former business partner, shared a story with me, and he told me you're wanted in Israel for doing bad shit to another girl. Wait until I tell you guys this story.
Hello there, my name is Avi Ezra. I have worked with numerous reputable and honest people in the self-improvement and holistic health space, but I have never encountered someone quite like Ben Azuli. Lies, the deceit. It was the first time I had ever completely cut ties with someone in a business venture.
You guys remember when I made the video showing the documents and the conviction of Ben Azuli and his two-pump chump brother Dylan? And yeah, he's a two-pump chump. Some girl unfortunately had experiences with them, and she told me all this. Well, you guys remember I showed you guys all that stuff, and Ben went put up a bullshit video denying it all, saying it was all bullshit, but then took so much.
Dodo donated $2.
Wow. That's the effect you have on me. This is what you do to me.
We've already watched that. I swear you were here watching that with us.
I'm going to ask members of Congress to send a message to the hungry children of Gaza. Let's hear what they have to say.
Might you have a message to send to the hungry children of Gaza?
No, I don't right now. I'm focusing on something.
I know, but this is urgent. People are starving.
Children of Gaza?
Having a politician in your TikTok video is going to help save children. Okay, it's code pink.
Just sent a letter to the FBI demanding they investigate a young Palestinian-American activist who's trying to stop Israel's genocide. Let's be clear. Aisha Nazar's crime is speaking the truth. The U.S. weapons like the F-35 are being used to massacre civilians in Gaza, and she's trying to organize to stop the
This person looks like they're made out of clay. I don't know why anybody takes her seriously. Watch today.
The Germans almost...
Yeah, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Heat, so he pulled the video down. Well, now he put up a new one, thinking we're all idiots and we wouldn't know or remember the things that he said in the first one. Well, I couldn't watch that video, the new one, for more than 2 minutes because I can't help but look at this asshole and not think every word that comes out of his mouth is a fucking lie. And you know what he's saying now? He's saying the girl and her parents are all lying, and then he thanks me for bringing this out to light because he never knew any of these things happened.
I spent the last 6 weeks of my life digging into a case that happened to me almost 20 years ago. You see, there is an asshole guy out there who decided he was going to destroy my name. But I gotta tell you, I'm absolutely blessed that he did what he did. I would have never found out the things that I just found out. You see, the first video that I made for you was just me going off of what I remembered. The information that John Bravo got was from the case that was a civil case. A case that I never even knew existed. I would have never known the whole story if it wasn't for John Bravo. I would have never known what actually happened that night. I appreciate the work that you did. And thanks to you, I actually found out how innocent I was.
Then it gets worse. He has the nerve to say that the girl and the family owes him an apology for not just ruining his life once, but again. I can't believe the things that come out of this asshole's mouth.
From the bottom of my heart, as much as I'm fucking pissed off at this fucking family, I feel bad for H. H had a very fucked up child.
Jeffrey has no idea how to attract girls. He tries to convince them to like him by appealing to their logic. We've been friends for 6 months and I've been nice to you. Jeffrey E. Meet Adonis. Adonis slaps Jeffrey. You don't attract women using logic.
Yeah, he makes content for 12-year-olds. Thanks for the donation, Hamza.
With some fucked up parents. And H, if you're watching this, I would love for you to apologize to me and to my brother, because you know nothing ever happened to you. And it's very sad that me and my brother and my whole family had to go through this. And if H, if you ever want to give us a call, you ever want to message me, I messaged you on Facebook saying I just want closure for this, because I got fucked for this when I was 18, and now I got fucked for this again. Although nobody did anything wrong to you. And stepping forward and admitting the truth is something that only a grown-up could do.
Then after that, he went on a podcast tour. Remember, he wanted me to join him. I didn't want to join him for anything. And he goes on.
Deep Purple Blaha. New Blaha ments involving his murderer roommate.
Entering operation. Ambulance 18. 2302 Travis Street. Mountain Alpha 10.
We saw the picture, it's her car.
Somebody else who's not really a nurse calling in.
You made it known that Joni was in a car accident last night, Jason. Why did you fuck up on Facebook like that? We saw the picture, it's her car.
So, it's you, DP.
You just fucked up, Jason. We know it's her. We know it's her. We saw the car in the picture. Why was she speeding at 80 miles an hour down that street?
You are a terrible person. You know that, right?
That's fine. That's fine. We just want to know.
No. I want you to admit that.
I just did. I'm a horrible, terrible person, Jason. No, I just did.
So why do you,
I just
why
did.
Why do you do this? No, seriously. Like, what do you get out of it?
It is hilarious, Jason, okay? I mean, you kind of deserve it.
No, nobody deserves to deal with this sort of weird sickness that you have.
Well, let me ask you this, Jason. Why were you...
You consider just killing yourself?
Sickness or not, Jason, why were you bragging on Facebook about her, being involved in a car accident? We know it was her, Jason. It's available online. We saw the car.
So I'm about to hang up on you and I'm going to.
Why would he even make a post like that? Like, he must be retarded. You'd think he'd have to figure people would know. Well, thanks for the donation, Deep Purple. Sengoku Doni Tellers, have you ever had periods where you slacked off your diet ever since you got shredded, or have you been staying 100% disciplined? I've been staying disciplined. It's kind of harder maintaining being lean than getting lean, I think. Also based nigga. Let me see.
Things that people like to dance around when it comes to homelessness is just the idea of personal responsibility more generally. And we want to view people as helpless, oppressed, total victims who can't do anything. And the honest truth is that if you treat someone like a victim, they will victimize themselves.
Yes.
If you treat a homeless person like someone who's helpless, there's nothing they can do, they have to take drugs, so let's just make it safer for them to take drugs, then you're going to get that result. So what we need to start doing.
Oh my God. Yeah, what he's saying is fine, but like anybody who'd go on this podcast with these dumbasses is just a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Dodo donate $2. Is Medea Benjamin from Code Pink a useful idiot or a malicious genius who knows that she's part of a communist psyop? Well, she's not a genius, she's a fucktard, and yeah, she obviously knows she's part of a communist psyop. She's just doing this for money. If she wasn't getting paid, she wouldn't be doing it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
On there, and he starts talking about me, and he says that I'm a failed film school student.
Johnny Bravo sits here and talks about other people, but the truth is, he wanted to be a filmmaker, a film producer. He didn't make it there. He became a YouTuber. The editing is good editing. He puts in the work, but he should definitely change his content.
Well, I never went to film school. I started editing and filming just by making YouTube videos. But if there's anyone who failed school in life, it's you, you F student asshole. It was so bad for you. You didn't graduate.
Son Goku donate $2. That actually was the wrong link. Meant to send this one.
Europeans who are white came to West Africa.
Right.
They saw West Africans. They said, okay, these people are less advanced and this must be fundamental to what they are. They're just a different class of humans, right? And they're inherently worse in all sorts of ways. That was the European mindset.
Got it.
Now, fast forward hundreds of years later, I think what's happening is actually kind of a reversal, where now there's people who are saying, oh, white people are inherently worse in some way.
That's
but
true.
instead of it being technologically worse or civilizationally worse, it's morally
worse.
So what happens is anytime we have these discussions, because we're talking about race,
I don't want to bother listening to this dude if he's showing up on these fucktard podcasts. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
And had to get a GED. But that's not all. You even failed at trying to become an actor. You thought you were going to be the next Van Damme or Steven Seagal. But you couldn't act for shit.
Venezuela over here with the 11 Talent Agency. I'm based in Los Angeles, California. My hair is brown, my eyes are hazel, and I'm 5'11". Today I'll be playing the role of Brooks, and this is my take.
Carter! No! No! Brooks! We're under attack, Cap. Carter and Folk are down. We tried to raise you, but radio seems scrambled somehow. Who engaged? I don't know.
Oh my God, that is bad. That may be worse than Low Tier God. Dodo donate $2. She's been doing Code Pink for what, like 20 years now? You're saying she's been part of the PSYOP for 20 years? Doesn't her husband have ties to like the Chinese Communist Party or something? That's how she got involved in it. I think she is sympathetic to their ideals, and she isn't only doing it because she gets paid. She gets paid for doing something she loves. I don't know. I don't care. Thanks for the donation.
It looked like enemy troops, all black armor, bulletproof jacket. I unloaded on them like at point blank range and nothing happened. They didn't even flinch.
Everybody get ready. We're in there.
Get back! Those are the things that blew Malloy away. They blur completely apart. Don't get near them. Don't let them touch you.
So you're not just a failed student, a failed actor, but you're a failure in life. And now I'm going to explain it to people here in a moment. But there was something else you said.
Dodo, $2, that woman podcast show is all just full of grifters. That's why VG doesn't want to watch it, because they're so ingenuine full of shit. Yeah. That's basically why. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You said I reconstructed my face to look like a cartoon.
This guy is highly obsessed with me. In my opinion, he's a good guy. I think he's attracted to me. His whole face has been reconstructed. He was also in jail and arrested multiple times.
Well, I broke my nose like 3 times, so I had to fix my nose. That's the only thing I did. But one of the times I broke it because I beat the shit out of somebody like you. I wasn't born that way. But you were born looking like an asshole with that Pinocchio nose, probably because God knew all the lies you were going to tell. So he just made your nose big from birth. And you had to fix your nose because you were tired of people making fun of you and calling you gonzo. So you were just born looking like a fucking asshole. Now, many people reached out to me when I first started making these videos on you. In fact, I've never done a story where this many people, relatives, ex-business partners, ex-girlfriends, ex-sharmutas, I've never had so many people reach out to me about information about an asshole like you. And one business partner in particular, okay, he even went on video explaining things which I'm going to show you, okay? He said, you're a bum. You pretend to be rich when you're not. The apartment that you actually film in is a fucking hotel. You live in a small apartment with you and your girlfriend. The Lamborghini is not yours. It's your piece of shit 2-pump chump brothers. You put up these stories on construction sites because you do roofing or some shit like that, and you pretend they're your house when they're not. So you pretend and lie about everything in your fucking life.
Ben, before creating this cacophony of lies for YouTube and Instagram, was a carpet cleaner. He lived with his mother. To this day, he still lives with his mother. He is not a self-made millionaire. He does not own a bunch of real estate to enhance his portfolio of other investments and diversify. And if you even have a simple intellectual...
Dude, that is crazy. Well, that's good to hear, because I was worried, like, people actually kind of believed that guy's bullshit. Like, you know, some people did, at least. It's good to know that he's actually just broke and making a fool of himself.
Conversation about basic fundamentals of finance. He is lost in the sauce.
But then, this is where it gets worse. I mean, we all know about the things that we have shown about you and your brother and all the fucked up things you have done to women and girls, right? And to be honest with you, I've only shown about 10% of it. And your business partner now reveals information that I didn't know about you going to Israel, and you're wanted by a family who wants to beat the shit out of you for what you did to their daughter.
Both Ben and myself went on a trip to Israel. At the restaurant Ben chose in Tel Aviv, everything exploded. Ben decided he was going to start talking about how he's spending his millions in Beverly Hills very loudly so that other tables could hear. But I started to notice he was sweating, looking around constantly, very suspicious behavior, especially for someone who is in counterterrorism. Why are you looking around at everything? But it all made sense a couple of seconds later when the waiter came out and went ballistic. Lama atakan, why are you here? Why are you here? How dare you come to Israel? How dare you come to our family's restaurant? Ben zona, sharmuta, lama achshav. Why? Why are you here? Why right now? We were told to leave. In the process, the waiter smashed a bottle. 2 or 3 employees from the restaurant separated Ben from this waiter. I pressed Ben for answers. What on earth could have warranted a response like that from the waiter? Several hours had passed. Ben had missed many of my phone calls after that. Went completely incognito. Then he calls me randomly saying, I'm in Thailand. I have the flu and I'm coming out here to the jungles for the cure. I reached out to a buddy of mine who is former Israeli intelligence, who actually was in one of those clear type units, to do a little bit of digging on Ben. And what I found was as disgusting as it was shocking. Ben was an absolute fraud. I was introduced to the true Ben Azuli, a monster. Ben was not leaving Israel to go to Thailand because he had the flu. He fled Israel because he was wanted by the brothers of a girl he had done something very wrong to. I can only speculate what that thing is, but it was enough that they wanted to beat him within an inch of his life. In fact, the waiter was this girl's older brother.
So Ben, you remember how you were thanking me in your last video because I brought things to light that you never knew about? Well, you should be thanking me again, because I've only shown about 10% of all the shit I have on you with the fucking receipts, because you guys know I don't fuck around. So if you want to thank me, that's what you should be thanking me for. So I think, for you, the best thing for you to do is to say you're sorry, get off social media, and shut the fuck up. Because if you keep...
I'm not even sure why the guy does that. Like, the whole social media thing. He hasn't been able to make any money. He still lives with his mom. And the amount of hate this guy must receive online has to be crazy. So, I don't know why people do the things they do. I think they're just fucking stupid. Stupid people doing stupid shit. Gay, 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 gay.
So they amended it, but they still provided zero evidence. Guess the magistrate can throw it out now or what? Well, now, I think now we could either reply or we could do a motion to dismiss. I think now we try to do a motion to dismiss. Basically, the only thing now is...
Dodo donated $3. Let me see.
What's going on in Gaza right now is literally unspeakable. We're talking about some 62,000 people.
This fucking loser's political career is dead. Nobody wants his communist fucking socialist bullshit. And now this beta male fucktard loser is trying to revitalize his political career. I don't know why the fuck the guy doesn't just retire. He belongs in a fucking old folks home. He is old enough to fucking shit dirt. So, what do you do? What do you do when you're a fucking loser nobody cares about? Oh, well, you say, Israel bad, Israel evil, destroy Israel, Islamic Jihad, Fuck you.
Minimum, who've already been killed, the majority of whom are women, children, and the elderly. We're talking...
By the way, when somebody says that, the majority of people in who've been killed in Gaza, they're civilians, you know that? So how is this war justifiable? The majority of deaths in World War II were civilians. So I'm sorry, does that mean the United States and allies should have never fought Hitler because the majority of deaths were civilians? Like, no one cares. No one fucking cares. It's all about what can we fucking say and make up and how can we skew the truth and, put out disinformation so that we can make Jews look bad.
Talking about not just about 140,000 people who have been injured. Again, that's probably...
In the Bradley Martin interview, the Palestinian guy literally said everything was great before October 7th. Yeah, no shit. Gaza is not that bad. Gaza, like, even the worst parts of Gaza, like, the poorest areas, they're way better than the poorest areas of Egypt, which is right next to Gaza. They share a border. So, yeah. they were not doing badly before October 7th. They weren't like starving and oh they're so poor, what are they gonna do? Like they're doing just fine. So yeah. But oh, Antifada, oh rise up, Israel's oppressing them. But they'll tell you before October 7th, oh yeah, everything was good, we're having fun. No problems. But man. Oh my god. So silly.
An undercount. We're talking not just about the complete destruction of the infrastructure in Gaza, that is housing, water systems, wastewater plants, schools, universities, you name it. I mean, it's all been destroyed.
Can you tell your fucking cameraman to use a gimbal? What the fuck is going on here?
Now what we're talking about is a blockade on the part of the Israeli military, which is...
You know what? Fuck you, Bernie. I don't know who the fuck's filming this for him, but like... Dude, if you're not gonna use a fucking electronically stabilized gimbal and you're also like I don't know, drunk or high or something... Like most cameras have electronic stabilization where even if you don't have a gimbal, if you're moving around slowly like this, you're not going to have the camera shake all over the place. Fucking sit, like just stand still. Why the fuck do they have to make this unwatchable dog shit garbage fucking video where he has to walk around and move and the camera just shakes all over the fucking place? Like fuck you. Like, they have absolutely no respect for, like, you as a viewer, your time. Just say what you want to fucking say, and if you can't hold the camera still while moving, just fucking stand still.
Preventing food from coming in, and hundreds of people are starving to death. So we're now...
Like, by the way, there's no excuse for this. Like, you could literally fix this in 2 seconds in Adobe Premiere. It's literally one fucking drag and drop tool for image stabilization. You just go to image stabilization, you drag it onto the timeline, and then boom, it's fixed. They couldn't even fucking do that. They couldn't even bother to edit the fucking video to get rid of this, like, jittering and shaking. Fuck you. Like, it shows you just how little they fucking care. Oh, we need to help Gaza. Oh, please, help the children of Gaza. They could not give 2 fucking shits about Gaza. They made this shitty, sloppy, unedited, garbage fucking video. They didn't even bother to shoot it properly. They didn't use electronic stabilization for the camera of any kind, either in body or using a gimbal. They didn't bother fucking editing the footage to get rid of the jitteriness. They don't fucking care. If they actually cared, they would try to make this video as watchable as possible so it gets as many views as possible. No, let's just... hello everyone, we need to help the children of Gaza. My cameraman is drunk and high and retarded, I'm sorry, but, help the children of Gaza? Like, fuck you.
The level of barbarism, of starving of children. I have worked for the last many months in trying to prevent any more U.S. military aid going through the Netanyahu government to continue this destruction of the Palestinian people. We are making some progress.
Dude, you can't even do a single push-up. What the fuck do I care what you have to say?
The last vote we had a pretty good majority of Democrats opposing U.S. military aid to Netanyahu, 0 Republicans. But let me be very clear. We are not going to stop. We're going to continue to move forward. The American people are with us, and let's do everything we can to get not only more Democrats on board.
Fuck you.
They're trying to say that now they've walked back a little bit. The date on the sending the file to Rose, they walked back on that and they're saying that the debate is now in contention. It's not. I think that plaintiff's own filings, like in their own filings, there are pictures of them looking at dates that say like 27-05-. So like it's pretty, these are European dates, I think, by plaintiff's own evidence. So the only thing that it'll come down to is whether or not the what goes on with this Abby person, I guess, is the only thing. The mysterious Abby MC, whoever that is. Would you not motion to dismiss the whole time? We could have filed a motion to dismiss on the initial complaint, but the problem is, it should have survived. Like they had a lot of claims and accusations in there. But now that we're through this a bit, they amended their complaint super late. They haven't provided any evidence of any of the other random things that they've had in there. They threw like even more wrong, dumb shit. But at this point, I figure now it's just beneficial to me. If you just want to load it up with a bunch of stupid stuff, it's good for me, I guess. But the only thing that matters that it all comes down to now is...
What the hell do you want to talk to me about in Discord? You want to debate me. What's the debate proposition? Give me a debate proposition, and then I might debate you. If it's not retarded.
The Abby stuff. Yeah. You can file for dismissal. I mean, like, when a motion to dismiss, you're looking at the pleading and you're accepting it as though it's true. And then that's it. So that's why if somebody dismisses a case on a motion to dismiss, you've probably fucked up quite a bit. So I don't know if we can dismiss it. We'll see. It depends, I guess, on the Abby stuff. But the MSJ, the motion for summary judgment, I imagine is probably like it should be an easy one, I guess. Again, it's just going to come down to the how much the judge thinks that Abby's testimony with no evidence is, I guess, a matter of fact versus a matter of law. Are you able to get transcripts yet? Nope, still waiting on the ruling on that. What is the Abby stuff specifically? Destiny, I missed that. I was unaware of this, but when Abby was at my place in 2023, Abby was apparently, after I left, she got on my computer and started snooping through shit. And in the process of that, I guess, maybe, I don't know, because I didn't know this until a couple months ago. Supposedly, she went through my folders on my computer and looked at stuff. And 2 months later, there's a DM. This is the only evidence they submitted. But 2 months later, she's like talking to a friend saying, "Oh, Destiny sent me all these videos of him banging," and then he names Cherry and Pixie, of which I don't even have videos of the former. That's not even true. So my guess is that she just went through stuff on my computer and...
You know, for a politician, that camera shaking was very unprofessional.
It was. Again, it just shows you how little they fucking care. This is all just a bullshit fucking game to them. And they just want popularity and votes and horseshit. No one who is serious and cares would ever upload a video like that. So, yeah, it's just bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Saw names that she recognized, and she was just like talking shit to a friend. But she's trying to say that I sent her whatever video of Pixie in 2023 or something. But I never have. I don't have any logs of it. They haven't provided any proof of that. And at the hearing, they even said that Abby didn't have any proof of that. They just had that one DM. Comes now, plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through undersigned counsel, and very respectfully states, alleges, and prays as follows. This action seeks to hold defendant accountable for his unauthorized, intentional, and unlawful disclosure, dissemination of intimate images, and sexual...
It's Vegan Weed Wizard's friend who wants to debate you. Okay, so what's the fucking debate proposition? And why is this dumb fuck saying in chat, he thinks he's a genius. I'd love to see him get humbled. Okay, then why don't you debate me, dumb fuck? Why does your friend have to do it? You're a fucking idiot.
Sexually explicit videos of the plaintiff, thereby causing plaintiff extreme emotional and physical distress, depression, anxiety, and harm to her personal and professional reputation. Plaintiff seeks injunctive relief, compensatory and punitive damages, attorney's fees, and any other relief.
It also shows how old and demented Bernie is getting.
I don't think he's really suffering from age-related cognitive decline to any degree. It's just that he's a fucking dickhead. He's a dickhead, and he's always been a dickhead. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The Honorable Court deems just and proper as a result of defendant's unlawful, extreme, and outrageous conduct towards plaintiff. Plaintiff brings claims pursuant to, inter alia, the Intimate Image Protection Act, 15 U.S.C. Cybersexual Harassment Statute, Florida Statute 74, and other Florida laws pertaining to rights to privacy, public disclosure, facts, and extension. Okay, jurisdiction and venue. Court has subject matter jurisdiction because of the federal law that they're citing for the Intimate Image Protection Act. And that also lets this court hear the state claims because they're related to the federal one right now. These are the two parties. Plaintiff Jane Doe is a citizen of the United States, a resident of Miami-Dade, Florida.
Dodo to Naturelars, when are we playing games for Halloween? I don't know. Yeah, this is coming out. This looks like it could be fun. It's like Left 4 Dead, but more modern and crazy. Yeah, Saber Interactive made that other really good game, World War Z. This might actually be really good. I'm gonna wishlist that. Road Kings. I don't know, maybe we could play a trucking simulator. That'd be kind of funny. Atomic Heart is garbage. That was a garbage dog shit game. Isn't there that new Fallout game coming out? That's like Doom?
I don't know, having the camera shake like that and not even bother to fix it in a political video, mind you, seems really demented to me.
Well, I'm sure that wasn't his idea. Like, he's a fucking... Dude, he's not even a boomer. Like, he was born in the 1800s or something. Like, what do you even fucking call that? He's so old, he's like beyond boomer. So it's not like he'd know shit about filming, and it's not like he had anything to do with the editing or anything. But, yeah, I mean, none of these people care. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Sex Prison Block 69. I can only imagine what that is. There's a new Fallout game coming out that's an FPS, and it's like Doom. Fallout Bakersfield. Oh, it's an actual fan creation. This looks really good for a fan creation. Okay, I didn't know this was just gonna be a mod. I thought this was like an official release. Yeah, this looks so fucking good, dude.
plaintiff brings this complaint anonymously due to the intimate and sensitive nature of the materials which form the subject matter of this complaint, despite the fact that she's posted literally her own fucking face in this complaint and publicized it on her own social media.
He wasn't born in the 1800s. He is only 83 years old and was born in September of 1941.
Yeah, I know, that was a joke, Dodo. No one alive today was born in the 1800s. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Feeds, but okay. And then defendant Stefan Bonnell II. For some reason, they are still misspelling my name. I don't know how, but okay. It's a citizen of the United States and a resident of Miami Beach, Florida. When I was a live streamer and a political commentator, he's over 840,000 subs on his YouTube channel. He has a huge following on X, Kick, Reddit, and Discord. Bonnell had over 700,000 followers on his Twitch channel before it was banned from Twitch in March 2022 due to hateful conduct. Nice. Plaintiff, known online as Pixie, is also a live streamer as well as an influencer. Is this not the same thing? Pixie has 15,000 followers on X, and on Twitch, she has 10,000 followers. Plaintiff began conversing with Bonnell on the Discord platform when she was approximately 19 years old. We know the first date that we messaged. She has that message. I don't know why she's lying about the age. I don't know why she won't just write her actual age. Why we both should have a log of her first message. Well, maybe she doesn't know numbers or can't read. I'm not sure. Bonnell was approximately 33 years old. They also know my birthday, and I don't understand why we're approximating ages here, but okay. At that time, plaintiff was a new streamer in the same niche as Bonnell Politics. Approximately 2 years later, on or about September 12, 2020, after multiple conversations about consent and boundaries, plaintiff engaged in sexual relations with Bonnell. Plaintiff was inexperienced and had only had physical relations with one other person prior to Bonnell. This is the only time plaintiff Bonnell had sexual relations. During this one occasion, Bonnell recorded videos of plaintiff and him engaging in sexual conduct. The videos, unbeknownst to plaintiff at the time, sometime in 2022, Bonnell disseminated through electronic means the video to a 19-year-old woman using the screen name Rose. Pepe, yes. Rose was a random fan of Bonnell's on his Discord platform that reached out to him on Discord. Bonnell had never met Rose, despite knowing nothing about Rose and not even knowing her real name. Bonnell intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's knowledge or consent. Okay. Upon information and belief, Bonnell sent the video to Rose on Discord as a video linked to a Google Drive link. This is technically not actually true. I don't even think it was sent using, but it doesn't matter. But Bonnell's customary practice was to upload his sexually explicit videos to a Google Drive link and then share the link. It's kind of, okay. Google offers several privacy settings for shared links, allowing the owner to control who can access a file and what they can do with it. The privacy setting, this is one of the Kiwi farmers' arguments that they're running for. The privacy settings options include restricted, anyone with a link, or anyone in your organization. Bonnell chose the least restricted privacy setting for his Google Drive link. Anyone with the link, this setting makes the sensitive material accessible indefinitely to any third party possessing that link. This ongoing accessibility functionally equates to publicly posting explicit content online. If this was the case, that would mean that literally every single digital thing that you send counts as being published and forever online. Because, like, if somebody has a link or a file, it literally doesn't, this is the same thing in effect, right? But okay. There is court precedent that people have tried to make this argument in the past, and this is not a real argument, but I guess they want to try to make this one. They've walked back the initial date to saying, based on the available evidence to date, it cannot be conclusively determined whether Bonnell's dissemination of the video to Rose occurred on April or October. So the date here is important because if it's on April, then this law isn't in effect and they have no case. There's not a real contention here, unless they legitimately think there are 27 months in the year. This is not real. They try to get ahead of this Google Drive link, and they try to say that even if it was just sent as a video file on Discord, even if it was not sent via a Google Drive link, but was sent via a media attachment on Discord, it would still have been continuously accessible. Discord automatically creates the link, and anyone with access to that link can access the video. Every video sent on Discord automatically is embedded with a media attachment link. This link is a live link. Defendant has demonstrated knowledge of this feature because he routinely shares Discord media links in his public chat threads. The same analysis applies to both sharing the videos through Discord or sharing the video as a Google Drive link. Again, this argument is like immediately, well, hold on. If I were to share a digital file with somebody, they could just spread the file just the same as if I were to share a link with somebody. Like, it's the same thing. This is a nonsense argument. And again, there's already, I think the case law I've seen that counteracts this is, I don't remember if it was a 9th Circuit case or an 11th Circuit case. I don't know if there's anything in this circuit. Because I do know that the way that I initially sent my stuff back to Pixie was just setting her Google Drive links. So if we're going to make the argument that that counts as publishing online, then she consented and acquiesced to it immediately when she received them. Like, so that this argument is just so stupid. I don't know why. Oh, well, I didn't know why. It's because they're desperate, but whatever. Sometime of March of 2023, Bono began messaging with a fan on his on Instagram with the screen name Abby MC. Over the course of their ensuing relationship, Bono sent Abby
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Canelo versus Crawford.
See multiple sections of videos to the Google Drive link. Videos of Bono sent to Abby MC on the show Google Drive link included one of the videos of plaintiff. There's no evidence of this. I think Abby said she has no evidence of this, and they've admitted they've seen no evidence of this, but okay. On or about November 29, 2024.
Soul Child donated $2. You realize Bernie Sanders himself is Jewish, right? Everyone is a self-hating Jew, according to you. Okay, well, what do people say about Mossab, who's Palestinian, was a son of a Hamas leader, and has come out and said Hamas is garbage, Palestine doesn't exist, Palestinians are fucking crazy whack jobs, they're all terrorists. So if you're going to claim, this white guilt fucking bullshit doesn't exist, and you can find whatever pick-me Jew you want to say, oh, see, even Jews agree. Well, there you go. Palestinian, son of a Hamas member, tells you that these people are fucking crazy and delusional, Israel has a right to exist, and Palestinians are just fucking nuts. So there you go. I found my own pick-me. You're debunked. Only Netanyahu's right. Bernie lived through World War II. He didn't live through World War II. He was born in 1941. He literally would have no memories whatsoever as a child of World War II. He understands the horrors of starvation and genocide. No, he doesn't. That's why he and so many people support Palestine. That's great. Don't care.
Conservatives are in denial over Trump's relation with Epstein.
It is very much so a possibility that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset working for our adversaries. But also, too, I think the questions that we have is how much did our own government know about it?
I think the best way to clear President Trump's name is to release all the files. I actually don't think he's done anything criminal. I think he may be covering for some rich and powerful people that are friends of his. And in fact, some of those billionaires are running ads against me in Kentucky right now. One of them is in Epstein's black book.
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends.
Pam Bondi, you lied to us.
Exactly.
You're the attorney general. You're the highest law enforcement. You think we're stupid?
There's some very rich and powerful people that need to go to jail. I think everyone's been frustrated as to why that hasn't happened before. But it is very much so a possibility that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset working for our adversaries. But also, too, I think the questions that we have is how much did our own government know about it?
Doesn't seem like they're in denial. It seems like they're kind of upset with Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Section of the video plaintiff. The bundle shared with Rose and IBC was uploaded to the website Kiwi Farms by an individual with the screen name Solely Tiny Leaks. The video was also disseminated on multiple other pornography websites, including not fans, blah, blah, blah. The caption of the video on the different platforms identify both Destiny and Pixie. The plaintiff's face is visible and identify the video. This is probably, like, this paragraph alone is one of the most disqualifying and insanely disgusting, crazy things. I don't know why this stupid fucking idiot keeps putting, like, all of this shit just in public filings for literally everybody to, like, it's just the most outrageous, stupid fucking thing. This is, like, one of the most, this is why I don't believe the suicidal claims or any of this other bullshit that she's saying. Like, this is just a deeply unserious way to approach, it's just deeply unserious. But Solo Tiny Leaks stated online that he accessed the videos that he posted on Kiwi Farms from links to Bonald's Google Drive. I got Solo Tiny was able to access the video and then distribute it. Confirms that Bonald's disclosure via an unsecured Google Drive link with the broadest possible privacy setting, enabled ongoing continuous distribution, and we're not one-time events. Literally anybody that accesses anybody's digital device has access to every single digital file on that device. Like, that's like, I don't know actually why I keep saying digital. This would be true if I gave you like a Polaroid, like if I gave you a picture. Like, if I gave you a Polaroid picture, would that count as continuous publishing? Look, it's such a stupid argument. Shortly after the video was posted, various friends and random followers of plaintiff informed about the dissemination video. Some of the messages are very accusatory. She is shocked, humiliated, and mortified by the dissemination of the sexually explicit video. As of today's date, the video has been, just keep talking about the websites. Nice. On the evening of November 29th, 2024, plaintiff sends a message to Bonnell on Discord expressing her horror. They share the video of her. She asks me if he sent any additional pornographic videos to anyone. He admits his guilt. Okay, not really, but we'll get through that, I guess. Plaintiff asks him to delete any and all videos that he has of her. The leak of the video goes viral and is being discussed by thousands of followers of Destiny Pixie on various platforms, including YouTube, Discord, Reddit, blah, 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 blah. Plaintiff begins receiving messages. Many of the followers discussing the leaks on the different accounts falsely claim that plaintiff exchanged sex for professional growth and favors from Bonnell. Okay. Plaintiff feels increasingly humiliated, mortified, and depressed and starts feeling suicidal. On or about December 11th, 2024, she starts writing suicide notes. Plaintiff messages Bonnell and tells him that she is just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened. I feel like the best thing to do is for me to kill myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try to ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again. Plaintiff then unfriends Bonnell on Discord so that she cannot receive any messages from him. I like how she doesn't admit that she asked me for money to make it so this didn't happen, which is extortion, by the way, but okay. On or about December 13th, 2024, suicide riz. On or about December 13th, 2024, plaintiff meets with Bonnell's close friend and business associate Kyla Turner. Plaintiff tells her about her thoughts, that she cannot bear the humiliation and harassment she is enduring, and that she wants to ensure Bonnell never does this to her or anyone else ever again. Yes, by being forced to give her $1 million. But I guess she doesn't mention that. Okay. Turner tells her she will talk to Bonnell and tell him what they discussed. On or about December 19th, Turner asks plaintiff if Bonnell has communicated with her or added her back as a friend. Plaintiff responds in the negative. Plaintiff continues feeling depressed and suicidal. Like the video is still a viral topic of conversation on multiple platforms. This is not true. People are not talking about her video at all. With people making horrible accusations about plaintiff. On the morning of January 20, 2025, 2 videos on YouTube were posted by 2 different streamers discussing the Pixie leak. The videos include screenshots of private messages of plaintiff discussing the situation with friends and claims that plaintiff took hush money, only cares about money, and does not care about the other victims of defendant. These videos have been viewed by thousands, including one, which of today was viewed by over 90,000 people. The majority of the posts by people assume that Bonnell shared the videos with plaintiff's consent and knowledge. On or about January 2025, in desperation, this is a lie. I've seen her DMs with Aaron, like they're publicly, you can see them on the videos. She had already crafted her statement at least a week earlier, so this wasn't out of desperation. She was always planning on doing this, but she pretends that she was forced by these videos. Plaintiff/Pixie goes online and announces that Destiny share the videos without her consent or knowledge and that she will be seeking legal recourse. That same day, Bonnell says she responds on various platforms, including Reddit Imager, and falsely claims that the video leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. They're trying to play this weird game where, like, when I say leak, obviously I'm talking about the guy that posted 30 videos online, and they try to say leak is just sending the video to anybody, so they play this word game back and forth a lot. This claim directly contradicts his November 29th, 2024 explicit written admission to plaintiff that he knowingly and intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's consent. That is not the claim, but okay. On January 20th, right after plaintiff announced publicly she would sue Bonnell, one of his followers.
Did you skip
she
my
still includes all
last
these weird
donation?
hearsay or double hearsay things.
Yeah, take a guess why, dipshit.
Even though they have no evidence of this in a hearing, they said that all these people deleted their accounts. On January 20th, right after plaintiff announced publicly she would sue Bonnell, one of his followers reached out to plaintiff and told her that Bonnell had sent the video to her sister about 2 months earlier. The follower informs plaintiff that she believes Bonnell is still sending her sister sexually explicit videos of other women without their consent. Apparently, this person deleted their account. I don't even know why this is in here, but okay. On January 21st, 2025, aware of an impending lawsuit and potential criminal investigation, Bonnell starts destroying evidence, including deleting messages between him and plaintiff. They know this is untrue. I've been able to reproduce everything I have. They've been deleting messages, and I know she can't reproduce hers because she was trying to hide shit because she knew that she was trying to extort me. On January 23rd, 2025, Bonnell receives a letter from plaintiff's counsel informing him of plaintiff's intent to sue and demanding they preserve all evidence. On about January 23rd, Bonnell begins to publicly harass and defame plaintiff. Okay. Post on his website. Bonnell's attempt to divert blame from himself and cast blame on alleged hackers directly contradicted by his own prior explicit written admission to plaintiff that he intentionally shared the videos by his text message with Rose, in which he tells her about the video with a young girl that he will send her, and by Abby MC's text message with her friend regarding Bonnell's dissemination of the video to her. Yeah, but it's just a message of her saying she's seen it. There's no proof of this. And there won't be. Bonnell continues defaming and harassing plaintiff on his website. He implies plaintiff is trying to milk him. Milk her. She's not going after anybody else, blah, blah, blah. And about January 25. Approximately 15 women reached out to plaintiff to tell her they received sexually specific images from Bonnell of other women without the other women's consent. 3 of these women also told plaintiff Bonnell deleted their chat threads after January 23rd, 2025. None of this is relevant. Initially, it was that all these people had also said that they had received videos of Pixie, but apparently all of these people also deleted their accounts or are no longer in contact with her. So nice, okay. Upon information and belief, multiple women, including more full names, and they misspelled her name, have recently come forward. They're not attached, at least one of these people is not attached to this complaint, but okay. Throwing Cherry in here, our wonderful friend, friend of the stream, girlfriend of the Gistical Hour. On or about January 23rd, Bonnell begins a smear campaign against plaintiff. word gooner is slang for someone who's deeply blah blah blah. Okay, nice. So
WTF man. You could at least say you don't want to answer that and be thankful for the donation. And I asked 2 questions. I asked if you can read comments more often and you ignored that too. I don't even know why you would ignore the first question.
I told you that topic is... I told everybody that topic is banned from my streams. Nobody mention it. Nobody talk about it. I'm not answering any questions about it. I'm sick of it. It's done. It's over. I moved on. So if I can move on, I'm not interested anymore. I don't know why you can't. It's none of your fucking business. It's over. It's stupid. I'm fucking done. Holy fuck, dude. How many times do I have to fucking say it and spell it out for people? We're done. And I don't know what the fuck you mean by read more comments in chat. What do you want me to do? If nobody's asking me a fucking question and people are just saying things to each other, what the fuck do you want from me? Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Well, this is smear campaigns, I guess, or Substack doesn't count though. On or about January 24th, 2025, another female political streamer talks about Bonnell's sharing of the video. She informs her followers that Destiny/Bonnell had recorded a conversation with her without her knowledge or consent. She alleges that when she refused to have sexual relationships with him, he became publicly hostile towards her. This is Denims, by the way. All of this is a fucking lie. And then later he posted to his followers that he has the recording and that he could publish it. Then on February 9th, Bonnell retaliated against Denims by posting private sexual text messages between them to his community group chat. Did I post these initially or did Denims? But these were shared like 6 or 7 years ago. But it was just showing that she was trying to me. I wasn't trying to do any weird shit. But okay. On or about January 26, 2025, Hannah Brooke, a follower of Bonnell, contacted plaintiff and informs her that even after the video was publicized on November 29th, about Destiny Bonnell offered to send the videos to her. This is still a lie. They haven't proved it. Their messages prove that this is the opposite. I guess they don't give a fuck. Days later, another follower posted Brooke's direct messages with Bonnell. After the messages go public, Bonnell released the message with Brooke in an attempt to cover it up. Or I just don't want to have DMs with this person who's being a weirdo. Also, when Brooke posted her messages with me, she deleted like 2 or 3 of them where she was goading me on. But also, this is just...
That was a good reaction.
Not true also. This claim was never made. And it's not in their submission or declaration either, but okay. Defendant has admitted that he disclosed video to Rose, and there's evidence that he also disclosed it to other people without plaintiff's consent. No, there's not yet. The defendant could have and should have expected videos would then be publicly disclosed and disseminated to hundreds of thousands of people online, which is exactly what foreseeably occurred. Again, they need to be really careful with this argument because if sending videos of yourself to other people means that it's foreseeable that they can be disclosed, then you are effectively cutting off your entire avenue to seek damages, because then the argument is going to be, oh, well, then you should have foreseen that that could have happened. On January 30th, that comes up a lot in the hearing, which hopefully we get to read soon, maybe. Despite elements, he's been actively...
Are you all fucking retarded? Like, are you all genuinely fucking retarded?
Deleting evidence of his wrongdoing? Nope, I haven't. Specifically, his messages with multiple women who have claimed that he shared none of this has anything to do with the case. Who I wipe my DMs with has literally nothing to do with anything here. On about February 8th, 25, just Bonnell. I don't know why they go back between Bonnell and Destiny. This is so... Who wrote this? Bonnell posts on X that he agrees with another post that claims that plaintiff is extorting him. On about February 9th, Bonnell makes another defamatory post on X saying the plaintiff only cares about getting money from him. True. He also informs all those followers that the video can still be seen on Kiwi Farms. The post has over 1 million views as of this date. I like how me complaining about this, they tried to sneak this one into. He tried to get me with this under cross-exam, and he fell apart. The lawyer did, because these guys are crazy. But I like how they're literally posting links and search terms in their public filings, and then they're complaining about me saying it's really annoying that all of my shit is still hosted on Kiwi Farms and no one is doing anything about it. Yeah, but good one. The videos disclosed by Bonnell were of a private nature, were never intended for public distribution. Defendant's actions will cause plaintiff severe emotional... Okay, and then this is just the laws that they're...
Look at you, letting me ruin your mood. So much for being a rock in the water.
That's great.
Almost sank a terminal quantity of British trade. It's closed because Britain is dependent not only on oil imports, but about half of its food supply. Malta, Crete, and the Suez Canal line the center of Italian ambitions. The Britons are in a world of hurt. Fall of Norway, fall of France.
There are 5 new Frank shorts.
Oh shit, we should watch. Thanks for the donation, I.
especially in the first.
See the workers.
Where?
Up there.
Oh, okay.
Orange.
I can't even film, it's so cold. It's just shaking so much. Alright, for those who've just joined the live stream, we are back at the live export area in Fremantle, Western Australia, and we're bearing witness to the Holocaust victims. For this particular ship, it's being loaded with cattle, and they're going to be taken to Indonesia, I believe, and then they'll be murdered and chopped into pieces for people to consume their bodies.
Not only did Dr. Taban insist on performing 4 cosmetic procedures at once, that was his recommendation, and he was super confident in doing it. He did not do any preparation. No scans, no measurements, no pre-op stuff, just wing the surgery. And I mean, in hindsight, that's a large reason why it was so horrifically botched and why everything was done incorrectly. And every single other doctor I've been to after they've gotten scans, they've taken measurements, there are tools that these oculoplastic surgeons are supposed to be using. Not just winging 4 procedures at once on 4 different patients in the same day. There's multiple reasons why this guy should have his medical license taken away, and the ridiculousness of what he's been able to get away with is part of it. Is this the first raw jerky that has ever been sold? The first jerky to be heated below 115 degrees Fahrenheit with no seasonings added at all. So what you essentially have is raw meat, except a lot more delicious because the drying process removes a lot of moisture, concentrates the flavor, so you don't really need seasonings. And since we keep it at a raw
Unseasoned jerky is horrific. It just tastes like shoe leather.
temperature, all the nutritional qualities of the meat have been preserved. So for people that are really, really strict and can't have any extra salt or seasonings, or if you're on like a raw primal diet and you still want to have some type of beef jerky, probably going to have to advertise this as pet food and label it not for sale due to USDA, FDA.
Oh my god. Well, he probably should not have uploaded this video, because this is incriminating.
Regulations, but it will be available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com.
He's selling people raw meat to eat.
Now that we have some natural lighting and my eyes look like a fucking wax figure, you can see how ridiculous it is that this doctor hired gang stalkers to tell me that my face looks fine. This isn't one of those botch jobs that, you know, there's not really much of a difference in the surgery and the person that's just wasted their money. This guy completely disfigured my face to the point where it looks so horrific. My eyes are so sunken into my face and it looks so ridiculous. You will never be able to convince me or anyone that it looks okay, that it looks fine. This guy should have his medical license taken away. I mean, for the amount of people he's butchered, he should probably be put in jail and fined for the rest of his life because he could not actually pay. He could not pay with all his assets, with all the money he's ever earned, for the damage he's done to these people. He could not pay them back. How insane is it that
I really want this shirt. What confuses me is why would Frank choose a before photo that is one of the most unflattering photos he's ever taken of himself? Like, he was trying to become an actor and shit. He's gotten professional headshots of himself taken. Why wouldn't he find a nice photo of himself as the before and then show what he looked like after. He's just such a weirdo.
I have to print out t-shirts and hire employees to hand out flyers in New York and Los Angeles to be compensated for what was done to my face. This doctor literally paid off TikTok to have me permanently banned, other social media platforms to have any semblance of his name completely erased. No lawyer will represent me because they're all in these doctors' pockets. I am a real-time example of someone being abused by this plastic surgery medical system. It's absolutely horrific.
You know, I think I might actually just make these t-shirts and sell them on my Teespring. Just make my own version.
And there are God knows how many people whose lives have been ruined that don't have a voice at all, that didn't have a previous social media channel. So if this isn't enough of a reason not to get plastic surgery, that after you're butchered and spent your life savings to try to fix your face, you still have to do this ridiculous crap because of what they did to you and how.
That's hilarious.
So here's another before and after comparison so you guys have an understanding of.
Why the fuck? Like, they both look bad. Why would he choose those photos? They both look bad. Oh my god.
Of how horrifically this guy botched my face, and it amazes me that he...
Like, his eyes look kind of wonky here, too. Like, this one isn't facing the same way.
He still has his medical license, and that he's still controlling all these online media platforms, and that his Google reviews are completely manipulated. How could he...
Yeah, he actually looks better in the photo after the surgery, which is hilarious.
He do this to my face? How could he do this? And you will understand when I say I will spend the rest of my life handing out flyers outside of this guy's office.
Dude, I might actually turn these photos into the t-shirt. That looks hilarious. That is so funny.
If this guy did that to your face, what would you do? How much money would... There is no amount of money. If you came to me and said, Frank, what amount of money would you take for him to ruin your face and make it look like this on the left? There would not be an amount. If he gave me... If it was hundreds of millions of dollars or having my old face back, I'd have my old face back.
What a dumbass. Retard donate $2. Blaha name checked you in his last
He had
live.
himself dragging away.
That's great. Dodo donate $2. VG, if you make a Frank shirt, he is gonna sue you, right? I don't care. Thanks for the... I don't think he would. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Yeah, knowing his, history with lawsuits. I don't think he even has any money to sue me. Like, I live in a totally different country.
Unfortunately, that's another no.
They should all be destroyed.
Okay, this is the look that I had for one day because I thought that maybe the pants that are bunching at the knees, that was giving me some extra IT band issues, but no, it's not that. I think well, anyways, I'm gonna make an appointment with a physiotherapist and get some active release therapy so they can break the T-band up because it sticks to your quad. I'm gonna get that. I need to get it done on both legs, and so I'm gonna get that set up because they basically just beat the hell out of the side of your leg, and it hurts a lot. But when I'm squatting here, that also hurts a lot, and so if I can get most of the pain taken away, if it was like 1/10 of what it is, then that'd be good. Because it's apparently it also, the IT band sticking to your quad affects how it contracts or affects your strength. And so that's why sometimes 495 feels way heavier than it should. Because I went back, this guy posted my old lift before 495 for 20 that I did, and the weight's moving so fast. And I forgot how fast that was. I'm wearing knee sleeves, so that helps a little bit. But I've got other lifts where I'm doing it for 15 or 16, or even back in March when I did it for 18 reps, and it was moving fast. Yeah, the last time I went no belt, when I was wearing those silly Russian shoes, I tweaked my back. It's because I can't go as low as I want to with those because the heel's not high enough. So I'd go into butt wink at the bottom, and that's no good for your lower back, obviously. So I'm going to book an appointment. Hopefully they can get me in next week, and then I don't think I'll film it. I don't want to see people. I don't want to. Although I kind of want a guy to do it because I don't know if a girl's going to be able to push my leg hard enough. Maybe.
Hi Richard. I like your veganism, but I think racism is much more an issue. As a black man, I think before we should have to be vegan, that racism should stop first. And maybe white people could do it first. But I do like your activism. BLM.
How about no? Thanks for the donation, Feisty BLM.
Me though, some of these women though, they got their like babushka, like old Italian woman hands that can just grind bones up. They can I think of Lydia's Italy, and the lady has her big man hands, and it makes me think of her like smushing some dough. And so my leg, basically they're gonna need my leg like it's some pizza dough. All right. Yeah, chin-ups are feeling pretty good. The 2 days a week seems to be better for recovery for me, because the 3 days a week I get the pain in my long head tricep. And holy cow. Oh yeah, press was a freaking shit show. You're gonna see. My back's looking pretty good though. That's way slower than it should have been. So I cut out taking orals, and I just increased my testosterone dosage because the orals don't. My stomach doesn't feel good when I take those, and I want to have 100% stomach strength.
What is Sugar Boy's rival's ex up to now? Did her divorce with retarded Negro get fun?
Strength for when I start my cycle. And so when it takes a while for you don't feel the testosterone the next day, or at least, well, I mean, maybe it'll affect your mood a little bit, but it doesn't. You're not really going to get the extra strength or extra gains, extra water, 2 days after you take a shot of testosterone enanthate. That's all I use. Holy cow. And, oh yeah, I guess I ain't supposed to comment on the, although I talk about it later. If you're under 200 pounds, you're a twink. Well, basically, unless you're in high school or something, or you weigh if you're under 5'4". This is just if you're a male.
Dodo $9, let's go back to Sarah Payne. This video is trash. We'll do that soon. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If you're a girl, you probably shouldn't weigh 200 unless you're 6 feet tall or 6'1" or something. I got some Philly third eye action going on, so hopefully.
Blockade of Malta, fall of Crete. It is really bad news. Germany should have bought a completely different navy, skip the surface fleet, buy a lot more U-boats. Maybe they would have zapped the British before the United States gets its act together in either World War. If Hitler had just done the Anschluss and maybe done the Sudeten number in Czechoslovakia and quit, he'd call Bismarck II a genius. But that's not who he is. It turns out that the possibilities for maritime and continental powers are a little different. Or basically, a small subset of countries can defend themselves primarily at sea. And that opens certain possibilities, and others can't. And that opens and closes certain possibilities. And I'm going to talk at this story from Britain's point of view, the country with the 360 you can't get me moat. And it's an instructive case for the United States of the possibilities and the perils of having this sort of position. So that is my game plan.
You've now banned 2 names I and other trolls love to mention. Is this just a ploy for you to get more donations? Broke ass nigger. Are you really that desperate?
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Plan today, and you can look at the great
Kid Boo donated $2. When are you gonna stop being a pussy-ass nigga? Start reading One Piece. It doesn't look that interesting to me. I'm not particularly motivated to watch One Piece, so... You know, thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
peninsula of Europe where Britain is located. And you can see this northern coastline for Britain where it's uncomfortably close to the continent and its enemies are sitting there. It's an interesting neighborhood. So here's my plan. I'm going to talk about these continental problems that Britain has been dealing with. If you think about it, Britain was always fighting France. And then in 1871, Germany unifies, and then the problem's Germany. And I'm going to pick up the story in 1939 when things are really bad for Britain. So I'm going to talk about first these continental problems. And then I'm going to talk about how Britain tried to deal with it. And first it has to do with getting sea control. And then once you can do that, finding some peripheral theaters where you might be able to fight and deal with the continental problem, and you probably need allies. And so those are the first 4 topics. So that was then, and now is now. The continental problems now are China and Russia, and to see of what this case study might reveal about the ongoing things. All right, so here's Britain, uncomfortably close to the continent. If it wants to get to Russia, which is its big ally in World War I and World War II, it's either got to go way up north around the Norwegian coastline, and you get up into places like Murmansk and Archangel, or it's got to go way around through this very narrow sea, the Mediterranean, through the choke point of choke points, which is the Dardanelles and the Bosporus, into the Black Sea, and the main port back in the day was
What would I do if someone randomly attacked you? Defend myself?
Odessa. And then if you compare French and British access to the high seas, France has got a pretty good coastline that just gets it right into the oceans. But Germany, if it wants to send merchant traffic or naval traffic, it's got to go through these narrow seas. And then it's got to get by Britain, which is its big enemy in the 2 world wars, which is the dominant naval power. So that's complicated. For Britain, if it wants to get to its empire, back in the day, it wants to go through the Suez Canal. That requires the cooperation of Spain, France, Italy, and if it wants to get to Russia, Turkey as well. Well, Turkey didn't cooperate very well in either war. And if you think in World War II, well, fall of France, fascist sympathies of Spain, and then Italy is part of the Axis. Britain is in real trouble. And what do you do about this? Britain has this big empire that it wants to protect. It's got a massive basing system, more bases than anybody else does in order to protect this empire from this, which is a very resentful Germany, doesn't much like the Versailles settlement of World War I. It's a divided country in that a Polish corridor separates East Prussia, and the Germans start trying to solve this problem. Initially, they're taking Austria, the Sudeten German parts of Czechoslovakia in 38, then they take all of Czechoslovakia in 39, and they've already dealt with the Rhineland, which is supposed to be demilitarized per the terms of the Versailles Treaty. Well, they ignored that, remilitarized in 36, and this is important because there are a lot of industrial resources and factories and things there. It turns out that Hitler's plans require, it's not optional, it requires the resources not only of the Rhineland, but also Czechoslovakia and Poland and Romania, which is going to have the oil for them. So when you get to 39, when Russia and Germany are dividing up Poland between them, this is the part of the history that Russians don't like to talk about, but it's exactly what they were doing. This triggers World War II because the French and the British honor their alliance with the Poles to help deal with this. All right, so in 1940, Britain's in a world of hurt. It faces this massive blue problem, and then there's this growing green disaster. It's facing 2 continental powers, Germany and Russia, that are both have these expansive empires they want to create. They want to divide Europe and then the rest of the world. Bad news for Britain. But 1941, when Hitler decides he needs Russia too, and then Russia decides...
TMK $22 video 2 is what should have happened.
Little bitch ass boys. Fucking fiend. Look at them, fiend. Snitch ass little bitch. Ain't take shit, now you feeling dumb. With your off brand ass jean jacket, bitch, and your shitty ass Nikes. Boy, if I catch y'all niggas off bound, nigga, on my mama, nigga. If I catch y'all niggas off bound, nigga, I'm beating the shit out of both you niggas, nigga. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? I'ma choke. No, you don't have to. Step over here, nigga. Step over here, and I promise you, nigga, you gonna have to tase me, nigga. Cause I'm gonna be on top of my wall with that, nigga. Stop playing with me.
Dude. That kid should not be living with his parents and not be living in whatever fucking neighborhood he's living in, and he should be banned from watching, like, rap music.
You were this close to losing your...
Yeah. Yeah, some people need an ass whooping. Thanks for the donation, TMK.
The one that's attacking me is probably the major problem, not the other one. So Stalin is going to swap sides, and he's going to be coordinating with Britain. So that's better from Britain's point of view than having two continental powers trying to deal with it. So now it's down to one. So once the United States has gotten into the war, this is what the world looks like. You have a big cancer in Europe from the British point of view, but it's all surrounded by oceans that Britain can get to, and a lot of allies and neutral states. So Britain has access to those places. And then there's a separate cancer in Asia where Japan's trying to work its magic. And I say separate because the Axis never coordinated these two theaters. So this is looking at the world from a maritime perspective. What you're looking at is all the oceanic routes that connect everything. So Britain's problem is how to leverage the miracle of sea transport that basically can access you the whole world versus a logistical nightmare of land transport where you can only drive through countries that'll let you drive through. The seas give you mobility, they give you access to theaters, markets, resources, allies, and they also give you sanctuary at home if you're surrounded by them. It makes it harder for people to invade. So Britain's trying to leverage all of that against the armies of the continental armies by it's going to try to strangle them economically, diplomatically, and militarily. Now, the generation that led World War II in Britain, and not just Britain, but elsewhere, they were the conscripts of World War I, which was supposed to end all wars, and they knew full well.
Yeah, I misread your comment. I undid it. I think it's still deleted, though.
In the midst of World War II, that it did not remotely achieve that promise. And so they learned a whole series of lessons, and I'm going to do a comparison of what was done in World War I versus World War II. And they are the greatest generation, not their children who claim the title. Lesson number one is don't go beyond the culminating point of attack. What's that? The terminology comes from Clausewitz, Carl von Clausewitz, who is the Western guru on conventional land warfare, which means is if you're attacking in a battle, if you go too far, you'll weaken yourself because the enemy will counterattack, send you further backwards than you would have otherwise. In the case of World War I, you're sending young men over trenches into ongoing machine gun fire. What do you suppose is going to happen to them? And this profligate waste of life in these assaults out of trenches, maybe you took a little territory in the first 2 weeks, but after that, nothing. These offensives will go on for months and months, racking up hundreds of thousands of deaths. No more doing that in World War II. And you can look the death figures for World War I and II. So in World War I, the British Army gets the multi-million man army that they had coveted. They deploy it on the main front from start to finish, and they chalk up twice as many deaths as they did in World War II when they have a peripheral strategy. In World War II, they do make the mistake is they land the big army on the continent, opening move, but it doesn't do well, and then they reassess, and they get that army off the continent immediately. This is what the Dunkirk evacuation is, where the French are covering the British as they're decamping.
She puts on the screen. They're not watching the video when she puts graphics up.
I'm watching the video, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I think I might have to reduce my Retatrutide dose. I'm pretty sure it's making me feel sick. I'm gonna go to 1 milligram a week, I think. Which is better, because then I don't have to spend as much money, but... Yeah, I think that might be why... Feeling kind of ill right now.
Viewers agree with me that your trip where you learned you could be a rock in the water letting the turbulence of life, rain, bounce off is retarded. Jason666 called it dumb shit in chat. I agree, and you do too, since you didn't learn shit clearly.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
From the continent, saving the British Army. And this is why France has such large casualties. It is doing this, even though France is in the war that long. So it's going to be a long wait before the British get back on the continent again. Long wait also for the United States to get in the war. There's no more going beyond the culminating point of attack. All right, the way diplomacy is...
Well, the reason I was on... the reason I started Retatrutide was glucose control, not hunger control. It helps prevent you from going hypoglycemic, but I think I might have gotten too lean, or I'm not eating enough. And I think it's having an effect where it's making me feel kind of sick.
Run is also completely different. In World War I, there were exactly two conferences trying to coordinate things among the Entente powers, and they're the December 1915 and November 1916 Chantilly conferences, and all they are the military heads. Well, the Russian Romanov dynasty is overthrown in early 1917. It is too late. What happened in World War I is the Germans focused on the Western Front in 1914, Eastern Front 1915, back to the Western Front in 1916. Well, in World War II, the idea is you want to squeeze them simultaneously from all fronts so they can't divert people back and forth. And if you look at the coordination, it begins even before the United States is in the war with the ABC staff talks, and then the Atlantic Conference, which yields the Atlantic Charter, which is talking about what war objectives are, unconditional surrender of Germany, and also what the post-war situation is going to look like. And there's coordination not only among military leaders, but civil and military leaders as well. There's a combined command of U.S. and British forces. We have offices in each other's capitals, but we're also coordinating with the Russians so that you're setting up not only also war termination and what post-war institutions are going to be like to hold the peace. It's a completely different event from World War I, when Russia falls out of the Entente because there are bread riots in St. Petersburg, and Russia could not supply its troops with adequate armaments. Well, that's not going to happen in World War II. Russia comes with a really large army. Germany has another large army. You've got to have a big army to deal with Germany's army. So in World War I, there is no Lend-Lease aid. No one would have thought of giving that much stuff to each other. It's like everybody first. And it's like, okay, everybody last doing that one. The railways had not been completed in World War I. The Trans-Siberian doesn't get completed until 1916. And the Murmansk Railway, you can see Murmansk up there, isn't completed until early 1917. The Romanov dynasty is gone. It's too late. In World War II, 3/4 of Lend-Lease aid would go over those completed railway systems. Now, to the British credit, they did try to break the blockade on Russia. The way to get into Russia in those days and hook in with the railway system would be to get into the Black Sea and Odessa, because Russia had all the men, but they didn't have all the war material to fight. So this is where the Gallipoli campaign comes in. You can argue about whether you think it is good strategy or not, but it was miserably executed. So first of all, it wasn't a joint operation. What's joint?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little nauseous, and I'm getting lightheaded, like dizzy. God damn it.
Joint means you're coordinating your different military services, in this case, Army and Navy. So what goes on? The British Navy tries to run the Dardanelles for 2 months. That does not work well. Do you suppose the Ottomans might think something was up? Yeah. And when you get up there on the Dardanelles, all the high point, it's a very steep place. So the Ottomans are all busy sorting that all out, getting troops in place. So 2 months later, when the British, New Zealand, Australian, and French troops all land on a given day, the Ottomans are there with a welcome party, essentially. And that invasion stalemates in 3 days. But they keep at it for 8 months. Taking 190,000 casualties, 55,000 of whom are dead men. Totally miserably executed.
It is not liver toxicity.
And it comes with collateral damage. As the British are trying to run the Dardanelles with their navy, this is when the Ottomans are terrified of their Christian subjects, Armenians, and they're starting to round them up. They're pulling them out of the army. And then days before the landing, the Turkish massacre of the Armenians begin. And between 1915 and 1923, 1.5 million Armenians are killed. That's a lot of collateral damage. All right. The Normandy landings are a completely different event in World War II. This is another a contested landing of trying to get armies in. First of all, the buildup of war material goes on for years to get all the landing vessels in, the equipment, the forces all ready to go in Britain. And then the disinformation campaign kept the Germans completely disinformed. They were expecting the landing to be at the Pas de Calais, which is the shortest place, and it's way off in Normandy. That worked. So everybody lands on a day, and they're up and over and into places inland. Another lesson learned. The Royal Navy did not think that convoy duty was the manly thing to do. They would convoy troop transports, but they wouldn't deal with the merchant marine until 1918. Well, the Germans almost sank a terminal quantity of that stuff. So the Navy is not thinking about the economic dimensions of warfare. They're just focused on all the military things in World War I. In World War II, the British would be convoying even before they got in the war. Another difference between the World War II and World War I. At the end of World War I, if you look at the disposition of German troops, they're abroad. They're occupying Belgium, Luxembourg, parts of France. Nobody's in Germany. Yes, the Germans had really lousy meals during the war, but German civilians did not feel the full brunt of what their government had done. And therefore, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt felt that it was really critical to have boots on the ground in Berlin to let the Germans know exactly what had happened to them and let them feel the war that they had inflicted on others in order to end it. Even so, the Allies win this thing, and they wreck the Continental Powers, but they almost wreck themselves in the process. It's a Pyrrhic victory for France and Britain. It really weakens them. So World War II is going to be a different event. So that's the being in this continental situation and the lessons learned from the last time around. And now for what the British did in World War II to deal with the continental problem. The opening move of a maritime power in a really high-stakes war like this is typically blockade. What you want to do is cut your enemy off from the oceans and force it to cannibalize its own resources and those of occupied areas. And because of the geographic position of a maritime power, you can quite often do this to a continental power on narrow seas. And Britons were well aware that Germany is a trading country. Most of its trade goes by sea, and it's also on these narrow seas. So geographically and economically, it's really vulnerable to blockade. And I get it. Germany gets alternate resources, but they come at a much higher cost. They're much more difficult. And so that you're really putting a stress on the German economy and causing inflation and other things. But if you blockade, a continental power can't blockade you back. Why? They're on the narrow seas, so they can't deploy a surface fleet. You'll sink it. And also, they can't easily blockade a coastline that faces the open seas, the high seas. You can do other things on narrow seas, but it's pretty tough. So what do you do if you cannot blockade ships in port? Well, then what you're going to try to do is commerce raiding, to try and sink things when they're out and about. And that was what Germany did in World War II, and why its occupation of France was so important. Because once it took the French coastline, it then set up U-boat pens in Brest-Lorient, an elliptical spray of depth charges. So anybody who's anywhere underneath you is in a world of hurt. In addition, is Russia in this war. Not what you think. It's that the Germans added to their GDP,
Back to Sarah.
So that was then. How about now?
So 1940, 1941, Halifax is saying, look, we need to come to a peace with Germany. We've lost the Battle of France. We've had to evacuate Dunkirk. And then Hitler could have done a blockade of Britain and could just keep pressing through the war. But instead, he decides to open up a second front against the other biggest army in the entire world, against the Soviet Union. And then when Japan does Pearl Harbor, which again was an unforced error, he makes another error on top of that of declaring war on America, which he didn't have to do, and which made it much easier for America to lend support on the war against Germany. So this seems much more about Hitler continually bungling than about Britain getting the strategic picture right.
It's both. But I don't know that Germany ever blockading Britain. It was more he was planning to invade Britain if he could. And then he lost so many naval assets doing the Norway campaign, which he really needed to do, that he doesn't have the naval assets that he had at the beginning of the war. That's unlike World War I, where the Germans basically, they had their whole fleet, most of it at the end of the war, and then it gets scuttled at the end of the war. This time, Germany did the smart thing, which is to use that fleet, get something, they get Norway, but then they don't have a fleet. So I don't think invading, it's difficult. And then I think because he's in the big petroleum deficit zone, he's got to get moving. I'm not clear that he had tons of choices, but he's got to go for resources, right? The oceans have been shut off for him. The whole proposition of what he's up to is questionable, right? But it doesn't mean that it isn't a really bitter struggle and difficult. And even though you go, well, Germany's GNP, if you add it up compared to the totality of the Allies' access, Allies have so much more stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can go, I think the Allies are going to win this thing, but after how many millions of losses? And I showed you the Battle of the Atlantic. It goes this way, it goes that way, it goes this way, it goes that way. A lot of people are dying all this. So yeah, the Germans made errors. The first one is, why even go to war? If you want to dominate Europe.
This shit's so mind-numbing. Rogan thinks you can just wipe tetanus off lol.
Let's get to the bottom
It's
of
like
that.
anorexia.
What's causing all that? How come 1 in every 12 kids who's a boy in California has autism now? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on in California, which has one of the strictest fucking vaccine policies. 1 in 12. Did I say vaccines cause?
Oh my god.
Autism? Maybe I will have
RFK's getting to that,
Yeah.
And now Florida doesn't demand vaccines.
Yeah,
for kids.
that's dangerous to me.
Yeah.
I knew you'd jump on that train.
Of course it's dangerous, Brian. What are you
It is.
talking about?
Tetanus,
All vaccines.
tetanus.
Tetanus.
No.
Just go down the road
You
wrong?
need to bail on the tetanus thing because
What do you
Suzanne
mean?
Humphreys.
Educate his ass.
Suzanne Humphreys explained tetanus.
She's not a vaccinologist. I know that woman. What are you talking about? So you're saying we
She's a
shouldn't have
medical
vaccines?
doctor that absolutely understands tetanus. She said tetanus, all you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it.
Oh, that's
you
such
don't,
bullshit.
It's not
Oh my
bullshit.
God,
it's
what
not bullshit.
bullshit.
Do you know how many people die of
That's not how that works.
tetanus
Holy
every year?
fucking
Very
shit.
few.
What about
Just
polio?
stop.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why so few people die of tetanus. Wonder if it has something to do with vaccines.
Question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying
Don't
that we shouldn't
don't
have...
do that. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you, and it's so much easier to
are
mock
we,
you.
So are we not... So you don't believe in vaccines? You don't think we should have vaccines?
It's not that I don't believe in vaccines.
What are you saying?
It's I don't think you should give a kid a Hep B vaccine when they're a baby.
Different subject.
No, MMA vaccine is absolutely connected to a host of serious, debilitating fucking problems.
It is not.
That kids have gotten from them. There's a lot of problems because they don't test vaccines in a double-blind, placebo-controlled setting.
Hold it.
They test them against other vaccines. You know that, right?
Yes, I do. Excuse me. Let me just say something.
What an idiot.
Give me a kitty rating out of 10. I think he is stunning, but I know I am biased. The final picture is him giving his toy to our dog for fetching.
My goodness. That is definitely a good kitty. That is also a very good kitty. Oh my god. Very cuddly. Wow. I would give that cat out of cat. That is a good cat. Thanks for the donation, little cream squirt.
Yes, you're right. You can make the argument for Hep B. Here's why. Because the chances of a child coming in contact with the kind of activity that causes Hep B is different. So now
Sexually
you say, hold on,
transmitted disease and
right.
needles.
So now you
Yeah.
say this. That chance is zero. The chance for vaccine injury with the Hep B is not zero, is non-zero. Okay, so I understand that math. Okay, what I'm trying to say to you is that there are certain diseases. Pick up a history book: smallpox, diphtheria, mumps. Hold
Have
on,
you
hold on,
ever
hold on.
looked at
tetanus,
how-
polio, paralytic diseases?
Have you ever polio? Please
Yes.
stop.
No, I won't. I won't. I know you think it's just. I've heard Susan Humphreys.
This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years.
Right.
Let's just.
But you're not a.
Oh, that's great. Yes. Let me bring up this topic, and then when I'm proven to be an idiot, let's drop the conversation. Okay. What a jackass.
Scientist.
Hey, Richard, got my debate with Nico Ritenow, guy on the 26th. I was on Nutrivore's server for 5 hours yesterday, speaking through his main points. If you want to join today, we're continuing. When is that? You're talking about his Discord server, right? I'm pretty sure I'm a member. Is that going on right now? You're in a totally different time zone. So it's like, is it like the afternoon for you right now? Or like late morning? Where is Nick's server? There it is. 7 p.m. Germany time, 6 p.m. UK time. Is Germany just one time zone? Wait, just to make sure Google doesn't fuck me over. So that would be 1 p.m. for me, I believe. Okay. I'll try to be there. I might end up being busy, but I'll try to be there. That guy you're debating is a fucking cuck. Like such a little pussy. All these people are little weenies.
Now that you are on spaghetti, what is your goal? To bench or squat a certain amount? To get a certain size? Any specific goals? Or just get as big and strong in general?
It is just physical perfection and strength. So, and just getting jacked as fuck, basically. Ideally, I want to get this jacked. I want to look like Kazuya Mishima from Tekken 8. I've been really training my traps a lot so I can get big-ass fucking traps like this. I fucking love Kazuya's traps. But, yeah, I just want to get jacked as fuck. You look superhuman at the moment. Well, just you wait and see. I am going to look beyond human. Godlike. But yeah, I at the very least want to be as jacked as Guts from Berserk. I think I'm pretty much already there. I think I'm like damn well near. I think I'm damn well near this jacked. Pretty fucking close anyway. Like very, very similar. Very close. So, but yeah, I want to, ideally, if I can, Kazuya Tekken 8. So it'll probably take a few years, but, you know. Thanks for the donation, Stuart Little. Think you look like that cartoon, but with a better waist already. Well, thank you. Yeah, but I'm probably gonna have to up the steroid dose to look like Kazuya. Dodo donated $2. Is there a big monitor you'd recommend, big enough to be used as a TV, or is there a TV good enough to be used as a monitor? I think there's a few LG and Samsung monitors that are over 40 inches that you could use as a TV. Monitors are better. But there's a few Samsung and I think LG monitors that are upwards of 40 inches that you could use as a TV. So like around 46, 48. Like once you get to a certain monitor size, like it ends up being so tall that you're gonna have to look up like to view it. So I think that monitor size, like 48, is probably like the limit that you'd want to monitor if you're putting it on your desk. I don't know what size you're really considering. If you're going to use a TV as a monitor, just try to find a TV that has the highest refresh rate, fastest response time, and ideally has a DisplayPort connection. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Hope that helps.
I don't have to be a scientist to know that.
Yes, you do.
No, Brian, shut the fuck up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research to understand that they were spraying DDT all over the fucking country when everybody was getting polio. Do you know that?
Yes,
you know
I
the
do.
first
Yes, I
instances
do.
of polio, they happened in rural communities where they were all farmland and agriculture, and then cows were getting them, and horses were getting them, and dogs were getting them.
Let me make a statement.
They were calling it paralytic polio.
Do you agree with the following statement? It's not just...
I'm not going to do this with you,
But
Brian.
it's not just about...
I brought up
It's not
vaccines,
just
so that'd
about...
be a
Hold
fun
on,
debate.
hold on, Joe.
No,
It's
Brian, I
not
don't want
ju-
to do this with
But
you.
it's not
I don't
just
wanna do this.
about...
We're in
is
the
it-
middle of a fight companion. It's,
All right.
it's annoying.
All right, but it's like... I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And being
See,
anti-vax...
Joe Rogan literally brought up the topic, and then as soon as he starts losing and getting pushback, he's like, "Oh, I don't want to talk about this."
But
No one's anti-vax,
It's
Brian.
not anti-vax. Questioning why there's so many though.
My kids are all vaccinated, and they're vaccinated, but they went on
No, you
a
aren't.
delayed schedule. They delayed
So did mine.
schedule.
So did mine. So did
You're
mine.
not?
No,
Yeah.
you're not.
Yeah, good for you. I don't think you need to.
No, they're healthy as fuck.
Yeah.
Between the two of them, they have 12 touchdowns this week. 2 home runs.
I think the problem is that the pharmaceutical drug companies have an exemption because of what they did in the 1980s with Reagan, where they allowed them to never worry about being sued. And that's when they ramped up the fucking schedule. And that's also the correlation. When you look at all the fucking host of all sorts of diseases and issues
Just
that
look
start
at
happening with
autism.
kids.
It's through the
Autism is
fucking
just one.
roof.
There's a lot of other autoimmune issues. There's a lot of like serious problems.
I think there are 3 things.
He literally just said he didn't want to talk about it anymore, and now he starts talking about it. So all he's doing is saying, "You can't disagree with me." Like Joe Rogan is such a fucktard.
Things that have pushed us beyond our biology, and the reason we don't have a lot of children dying: in nutrition, sanitation, and vaccines. And I think anybody who says otherwise is, I think it's crazy.
Dude, who'd have fucking figured this guy would be
Can
the
you
sensible
please
one?
do a collab video with Paul Unterleitner? I think you are as big as him by now. Or reach out to him for an interview or something.
Who the fuck is Paul Unterleitner? Oh, is this the vegan guy? Yeah, I think somebody told me about him. Yeah, natural pro vegan bodybuilder. Yeah, he's a big dude. I think I'm bigger than him now at this point. He is a big dude, but yeah, like he's natty, so. Yeah, somebody told me about him. I don't know what I'd exactly interview him on. I have no idea if he'd want to do an interview. I think somebody said he was a fan of mine. I'm not entirely sure though. I'll follow him. But yeah, I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, little Timmy. Dodo donates $2. This is the one I'm thinking about getting. Want to use it as both computer monitor and TV. LG 42. Whenever I go to people's houses, they always have like 40-inch TVs, and I'm used to having like a 60 or 65-inch TV. And I'm like, how do you watch this? My TV isn't even that far from me. Like it's like probably about 3 feet from my bed, and I think it's a 65-inch. And that's, like, to me, that's pretty much the perfect size for that distance. And then when I go to other people's houses, they've got, like, a small, like, 40-inch TV, and it's at the end of the living room, and I'm like, it's like I'm looking at a little picture across the room, and I'm like, how the fuck do you watch this? 120 hertz, 4K, OLED. 120 hertz is fine. Like, usually for OLED monitors these days, they have higher refresh rates, but, you know, I don't know how much this, 1,000. Yeah, for an OLED that size, it's a pretty decent price. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What's the most painful place to punch somebody? It would either be the nuts, solar plexus, or in the face. It's like right around their mouth, like the lips, around the ears and nose, and I guess around the eyes too. That hurts. Getting your zygomatic bone broken is extremely painful.
But you can't say all vaccines be.
I didn't say all vaccines.
But he's not saying all vaccines.
I get very worried when people start saying
all vaccines.
It sounds like he is.
Brian, you don't know what the fuck
yeah, liver shot too. Yeah, liver shots are also bad.
Saying you don't.
Well, I know because you don't want to talk about it.
Brian, I don't want to talk about it in the middle of a podcast because it'll complete.
Yeah, maybe not an interview, but if you two did a workout together, that would be awesome.
Well, he's in Germany, so I don't think that's happening.
Proteine überwiegend mit Fleisch.
Ich bin Paul und ich decke meine Proteine nur über Pflanzen. Wir beide decken unsere Proteine unterschiedlich.
Aber wer macht's jetzt besser? Wir wissen zumindest mal, dass vegane Proteinquellen länger verdaut werden.
Yeah, like, he's in Germany, so... I'd be up for it, but he's in a different country. Thanks for the donation, little Timmy. Sego donate skip to 615.
What's up, guys? Frankie Eyeballs is back because you guys keep asking me. The first time I met him, I didn't need the procedure. On the other hand, he did misrepresent certain things about the procedure, such as, he mentioned I would have double vision. He didn't say I'd look like a cross-eyed freakazoid. That's a pretty important factor.
So Taban told him he'd likely have double vision.
He said my eyes would not look closer together. Even after I've had corrective strabismus surgery, my eyes appear a lot closer together. I'm not sure if that could have been prevented because one of the procedures he did was an orbital decompression, which involves removing tissue from behind the eyes. But there's 4 points at which you can remove tissue from behind the eyes.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
We've already watched this last year. So...
Bit of an impulsive decision. That's what I was literally laying in bed thinking. I was like, man, I have no fucking clue what I look like now. And I'm gonna look different the rest of my life, but... What the fuck did I do? It's already done. Whatever. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope I was...
we've already seen this video. Thanks for the donation, Sego.
Hey VG, I'm not a troll, I love your content and you're my fav vegan debater and wanted to know if you would debate my friend. If not, no worries, I love your content and hope you are doing well.
If he hops on Discord, then sure. So, anytime I'm streaming, just have him hop on Discord. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Weed Wizard.
Cop nodding hard, fuck tweaking off the fent.
Look at him. Look at him.
No.
Look at him.
So,
high as fuck.
How is it?
High as fucking on job.
Like I told
Gonna
you.
come and deal with shit.
No. Like I told you, you're coming off a double and you got on a bad back.
That's
so
right.
relax.
Yep. Call your sergeant right now. Call your sergeant.
We're not gonna
Call your sergeant. Call your sergeant. I want your sergeant here. I have my rights to call a sergeant here.
We're
So
gonna
call
call.
your sergeant right now.
All right, we're gonna call.
Call your sergeant. What's your name?
Officer Mason.
What's
Hey,
your
real
name?
quick, Officer
What's your name?
They are.
Protecting him. What's your name?
What's my name?
Yes.
Officer Sapinski.
And what's your name? Probably don't even know. Can't even speak. Nope.
So, let me
No, this motherfucker's high. Look at him.
No, I'm
gonna lose your job, motherfucker. Gonna lose your job. Gonna lose your job, motherfucker. Look at him. Look at him. Gonna lose his job. Gonna lose his job. The drug motherfucker coming to the job, trying to correct me. Yup. Look at him. Call your sergeant. Call your sergeant. Yeah. Trying to protect his boyfriend. I would be ashamed of having him as a partner too. I would. Fucking disgrace. Disgrace, bro. This guy.
Hey, come on.
It's a civil issue.
No.
Touching me. Don't touch me.
You're in my personal space.
I'm
Let's
not
go.
in your personal
Yes,
space.
you are, man. Let's go.
You're
Let's
protecting
go.
your buddy. No.
Let's go back
Nope,
to the
you
house.
can arrest me for this.
No,
Go right ahead.
I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Look at him. Look at him. What you do, buddy?
What?
What you do?
What do you mean? What I do? I didn't do anything.
Did you shoot up? Too much shrooms?
Okay.
Or something? What's wrong, buddy? Too much to drink on the job? Nope. And you can stop touching me. Don't fucking touch me.
Listen, you're in
Don't
personal
fucking touch
space.
me. I'm not in your personal
You
space.
just were.
Why? Because I got your buddy fucking high as fuck?
I told you, he has a bad back and he worked a fucking double.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
Yeah, that's the police. Yeah, they'll lock you up. But, you know, they can do whatever they want. Thanks for the donation, retard. Sego donated $2, skip to 610. He said he didn't need it. You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Awesome, you are the man. Getting back on my workout sheet, trying to look like you.
Well, no problem, dude. May you make many gains. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Weed Wizard.
Completely derail the podcast, and I'll start showing you statistics. If you look at when people stop getting all of these diseases, and then when the introduction of vaccines happen, it's at the end.
Lol, this guy breaking the Guitar Hero world record looks exactly how you used to look.
Okay.
I think he's skinnier. Thanks for the donation, though. I give up on life.
After the diseases had already gone through the population. Most of those diseases were eradicated by sanitation and nutrition.
Yes,
There was a
that's correct.
huge problem in this country. People were living in fucking squalor.
I agree. But there's still pathogens that are very dangerous.
Sure there are. So the problem is that these pharmaceutical drug companies are fucking insanely, entirely corrupt. They have been corrupt for a long fucking time, and there's a revolving door between the FDA and these pharmaceutical drug corporations.
Sego donate $2, 610. Oh my god. I'm gonna need a new, Is this toast? Fuck me. I think I'm gonna need a new, HDMI cable. You should make a compilation of Frank admitting it. He constructs himself in all the videos and send it to Tubon.
What's up, guys? That. And, you know, there's, on one hand, he told me the first time I met him I didn't need the procedure. On the other hand, he did misrepresent certain things about the procedure, such as, you know, he mentioned I would have double vision.
Yeah, so Frank said Tubon was the one who recommended the procedure. On camera, he's literally saying Tubon recommended against the procedure. And Frank insisted. What a fucking idiot. Like, what a fucking dumbass, dude. Thanks for the donation, Sego. Yeah, what a fucking idiot.
In my last video, Sup, chooms, how y'all living? Hope everything is Nova and you're all having a preem week. Alright, chooms, it is time for another video on the carnivore diet. I hadn't intended to create
any workout videos coming soon, yeah. Gonna make some workout videos.
Another video about this subject, but since then I have come across even more research which indisputably proves that human beings are not carnivores. Rather, we are omnivores, or to be very specific, we are omnivores that lean towards a plant-based diet. So, ever since doing research on my last couple of carnivore diet videos, I've been thinking more deeply about this particular subject. Carnivore zealots on social media have completely dominated the health narrative for the past 5 years or so much so that their narrative has now officially become mainstream, especially with hugely popular
What is the secret to having cut arms? Mine are pretty big but not as cut as yours. Is it the spaghetti? Or is there a certain exercise? Or a calorie restriction or something?
You have to have a low enough body fat percentage. So if you're fat, you're going to look fat. If you're lean, then you're going to have more muscle definition. So just lose body fat. Thanks for the donation, though. My cock is 3 inches hard.
Influencers like Joe Rogan who promote the carnivore diet. Carnivore dieters like to think they're rebels, but they're not because they control the narrative about health on social media these days. Joe Rogan aside, some of the most popular influencers on social media promote the carnivore diet, like What I've Learned, Jordan Peterson and his trad thought daughter, as well as fake doctors like the Scientologist chiropractor Mr. Berg. However, the pendulum is now beginning to swing back in the other direction, and we're seeing more mainstream pushback against this dangerous pseudoscientific fad diet, including from media sources like the Washington Post, the New York Times, and many other who are continuously reporting on newfound scientific data that absolutely crush the naive idea that the optimal human diet is just meat. So, since the carnivore diet's takeover of the wellness sphere on social media, new anthropological research proves that human beings have never been carnivores at any point in their existence. We've always been an omnivorous species that evolved to eat both plants and animals. It's hard for me to take the carnivore diet seriously, though, since it is fundamentally just a troll diet that was invented on 4chan to piss off vegans and environmentalists. To be honest, I don't even really think that carnivore dieters believe in their own bullshit. I think the vast majority of them are just sociopathic internet trolls and culture warriors who are promoting their diet as a stick it to the vegan libs gimmick. But just for the sake of argument, let's go ahead and pretend they're actually sincere in their beliefs that humans should eat an all-meat diet because they really believe it is optimal for health and longevity and that humans evolved as a carnivorous species. So, even if that is what they really believe, they're still completely wrong. So I am going to provide 10 reasons as to why human beings are not carnivores and have never been a carnivorous or meat-based species at any point in history or prehistory. So, let's begin with number 10. Number 10 is the fact that plants have been a major part of the diet of humans throughout their entire existence at every time period and at every location they've ever been at. Eating plants is not some new development that happened only with the onset of agriculture about 12,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age. age. Our earliest primate ancestors that we descended from were omnivores, just like we are today. Humans have always been omnivores, and so were all of our ancestors and closest relatives from the great ape kingdom. The balance between meat and plants in the diet has varied over the epochs depending on the availability of the two types of food, but humans were never exclusively carnivores at any point in human history. So it really makes me wonder, where does this myth come from that early humans were apex predators who exclusively ate just raw meat and only relatively recently added plants to their diet? Well, mostly it comes from a scientific paper from researchers at Tel Aviv University that was published in the year 2020. The researchers used stable isotopes and other evidence to conclude that over a period of 2 million years, early humans ate only meat. The study got a lot of press in the mainstream media, and it caused carnivore dipshits all over social media to get super excited, and they started bringing this up as proof that humans are obligate carnivores. This is an article that hypes up the results of the study from the Times of Israel. Talking about prehistoric humans, the article says, quote, "The species spent some 2 million years as hypercarnivorous apex predators that ate mostly the meat of large animals," unquote. The researchers who are quoted in the article don't talk like neutral scientists. In fact, they don't sound much different from social media influencers who are trying to stick it to vegans and vegetarians. For instance, one of them says, quote, "For many people today, the Paleolithic diet is a critical issue, not only with regard to the past, but also considering the present and future. It is hard to convince a devout vegetarian that his or her ancestors were not vegetarians, and people tend to confuse personal beliefs with scientific reality," unquote. So, right away, you can tell that this researcher is extremely biased and has a very negative opinion about vegetarians. There are no vegans or vegetarians who claim that our ancient ancestors never ate meat, so this argument from this researcher is a strawman fallacy. What the study claims is that Homo erectus, the ancestor of the Homo sapiens, killed and ate the large animals available at the time, like woolly mammoths. The researcher claims that it was only about 85,000 years ago when these large animals started dying out that humans transitioned to a more plant-based diet. But it turns out that the actual research study doesn't even make claims as strong as what the article in the press reported, and their conclusions are completely wrong anyways. Here is the actual study. Looking at the acknowledgments at the end of the study, it's clear that at least one of the authors has a bias towards fad diets since he is a writer for the paleodiet.com. Also, right off the bat, the authors admit that humans have always been omnivores. They say, quote, "Humans have inarguably always been omnivores, feeding on more than one trophic level," unquote. Of course, no one from the carnivore community is ever going to quote that line from the study. The article goes through the usual arguments that humans have some anatomical features allowing the digestion of meat, such as the acidity of the stomach and the length of the intestine. Of course, that only argues against humans being pure herbivores, which no one is arguing, not even vegans. The fact is that humans can digest both meat and plants, and that is consistent with humans being omnivores. Anyways, all these anatomical arguments were presented in the video by the Steak and Butter Gal, which I already completely debunked, and I'll link that video below. But to put it very briefly, humans have a high stomach acid precisely because they were not apex predators. The meat early human beings ate was carrion meat, meaning leftover meat that other real predators killed. Carrion is full of bacteria, and so the stomach acid evolved to become stronger to kill that bacteria. In fact, there are still human beings today who eat carrion, like RFK Jr., who admits that he eats roadkill. As far as the length of the intestine in humans, it is in between the length of the intestine of true carnivores and true herbivores, so it is consistent with humans being omnivores. I'll go ahead and link my video response to the Butter Gal below that I already mentioned, and so go ahead and watch that if you're interested in more details on this particular subject. But rather than revisit all those arguments, what I want to focus on today is the part of the study that got the most attention, which is a section on using stable isotopes to estimate the amount of meats ancient humans consumed. So here's the way these isotope measurements are supposed to work. The ratio of 2 stable isotopes of nitrogen was measured in fossilized collagen from ancient human bones. This ratio is higher in animal protein than plants, so the higher the ratio of these stable isotopes, the more animal protein was consumed. Based on these measurements, the authors of the study concluded that early humans were hypercarnivores, meaning that at least 70% of their diet was from meat. Of course, if that were true, that would still make them omnivores, but in reality, the data is so flawed that it's impossible to draw the conclusion that these early humans ate so much meat. One of the big problems with these isotope tests is that they measure the isotope in protein, and plants contain less protein than meat. The majority of calories from plants come from carbohydrates, so this stable isotope method underestimates the amount of plants eaten since it only accounts for protein levels and not things like carbohydrates. Even the authors of the study spent almost as much time talking about the limitations of these isotope techniques than they do about the results of the test. One limitation is that the nitrogen isotope levels vary in plants and animals at different times and at different geographical locations. Also, the test had been done only on a small number of early humans, and there's a lot of variability between individuals in the accumulation of the isotope. Finally, cooking meat will artificially increase the amount of this isotope and will therefore overestimate the amount of meat consumption since early humans have been cooking meat for hundreds of thousands of years. Also, even though the authors are claiming that humans were hypercarnivores over a period of 2 million years, their isotope data only comes from 45 to 50,000 years ago since the fossilized collagen that they are measuring breaks down after that amount of time. But the authors of the study actually claim that this period of hypercarnivorism ended 85,000 years ago when humans increased the amount of plants in their diet. So this data from 50,000 years ago doesn't even apply to the time period that they are claiming is when humans were hypercarnivores. So this research is not much more than a potential script or a Butter Girl video, to be honest, and the conclusions of the study have already been debunked by much better research. We now have good data that proves that plants have always formed a very large part of the human diet, including during the period that these authors claim that humans were hypercarnivores. First, we have this study here that shows that early humans used stone tools to prepare plants for eating as early as 780,000 years ago. The authors of the study point out that there is a bias towards overestimating meat consumption when examining the archaeological sites of prehistoric humans. That's because animal food leaves behind traces that don't degrade, like bones. Plant matter, on the other hand, easily deteriorates and disappears without leaving behind a trace, so it leaves behind a lot less evidence than meat does. This is one reason some people have claimed that prehistoric humans ate mostly meat, but that is misleading. So, to overcome this bias, the researchers examined under a microscope the tools used by early humans and found abundant traces of many different types of plant matter wedged in the crevices of these tools. The research implies that in contrast to what the carnivore gurus like to say, it is actually carbohydrates from plants that were necessary to drive the evolution of our increasingly large brains back then. The authors conclude, quote, Our results indicate that lower Paleolithic Acheulean hominins invested time and labor in preparing a variety of plant foods in ways that increase their edibility and nutritional quality. These results emphasize the advanced cognitive abilities of the GBY hominids, adding unmatched evidence for the role of plant processing and consumption, a domain scarcely known but clearly a major component of the diet of our early ancestors, unquote. So if that's not enough evidence, there's also an even more recently published study that goes back even further to 2 million years ago. The researchers in this study overcame the limitations of the stable isotope study I already.
Vegan Weed Wizard donate tellers, do you stream on specific dates or just whenever? It's pretty much every day. Pretty much every day, and usually I start streams around 6-8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Weed Wizard.
Went over. That study can only go back 50,000 years because collagen deteriorates over that period of time. However, in this new study, the nitrogen isotopes were analyzed in the enamel of teeth, which is preserved for millions of years. Using this analysis, the study concluded that our earliest ancestors who lived up to 2 million years ago did not consume substantial quantities of meat. So, during this long period when human brains evolved to get bigger, it is clear that plants form the basis of the diet. There's no doubt that humans also ate meat during this period of time, but the evidence shows that humans have always eaten a large variety and quantity of plants because they are naturally omnivorous creatures. So, next up, let's go to number 9. Number 9 is the fact that unlike true carnivores, eating meat causes atherosclerosis in humans. True carnivorous animals like cats and even omnivorous animals like bears and dogs can eat as much meat as they want, but they never get atherosclerosis from eating meat. But in the case of human beings, not only do we get atherosclerosis from eating meat, it is the most common cause of death in the human species by quite a good margin. Humans are the only species of organism on the planet where the most common cause of death is atherosclerotic heart disease. It's practically non-existent in other animals, and if it does happen, it's usually in a controlled setting like in a laboratory for a clinical study. The fact that humans are susceptible to atherosclerosis shows that humans are not carnivores, they are omnivores. But until recently, it was not really clear why humans were more susceptible to atherosclerosis than any other animal. So why is it that no other animal gets atherosclerosis, but in the case of humans, it is the most common cause of death by far? Well, that mystery has finally been solved. The reason why is because during human evolution, humans actually lost a gene that other animals have, and the lack of this particular gene is tied to the production of atherosclerosis caused specifically by eating red meat. Our human ancestors lost a gene to produce a specific acid in the body called NEU5GC. We lost this gene about 2 to 3 million years ago. Since humans don't produce NEU5GC, that means that when they eat foods that are high in NEU5GC, specifically red meat, the NEU5GC ends up triggering an inflammatory reaction due to the production of NEU5GC antibodies that not only trigger atherosclerosis, but can also cause colon cancer. So when you hear people on the carnivore diet who eat steak and butter every day and claim that it's a species-specific diet, they're completely full of shit. The carnivore diet is literally the least species-specific diet a human being could possibly follow, and that is because it causes diseases in humans due to a specific genetic mutation that occurred 2 to 3 million years ago that doesn't occur in any other animal on planet Earth. So, based on our genetics and evolution, we are not capable of eating red meat without developing atherosclerosis or colon cancer, so therefore, it is not an appropriate food for human beings. Alright, let's move on to number 8. Research shows that the healthiest diets are mostly plant-based diets. This point follows my last point because it's clear that based on scientific evidence that diets that are lower in red meat and more heavily plant-based are associated with better health outcomes and improved health biomarkers in every capacity imaginable. The Mediterranean diet, for example, is based on the traditional diet of various cultures that have lived around the Mediterranean Sea for thousands of years.
Change your profile picture.
Yeah, I'll do that.
$777 quintessillion, $777 quatuordecillion, 700.
Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, I'll update my profile picture.
It is the only diet that has been consistently shown in multiple randomized controlled trials to lower the risk of cardiovascular events. On the other hand, there are no studies showing any longevity benefits from carnivore or ketogenic diets. None whatsoever. These diets all raise serious...
Yeah, my neck is fine. The right side is just a little tight. That's it. Just need to stretch it out.
From LDL cholesterol, and we know that increased LDL cholesterol correlates with the development of atherosclerosis. So all these diets will increase the risk of getting heart disease. Also, there are areas on the planet called blue zones, which have the greatest number of people living to over 100 years old. So what do all these blue zones have in common, you may ask? Well, they all follow a predominantly, but not exclusively, plant-based diet. If humans were truly carnivores, then the longest-lived populations would not be the people who eat the most plants. That should be obvious. All right, moving on to number 7. Humans cannot produce their own vitamin C like carnivores can, and meat is lacking in many essential vitamins and minerals. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with vitamin C. All true carnivorous animals produce their own vitamin C, since meat generally lacks vitamin C. Of course, humans don't produce their own vitamin C. They have to get it from plant sources. If you look at a table of significant dietary sources of vitamin C from the NIH, you'll notice that all the sources are from plants. Meat contains no vitamin C. One exception to this rule is from organ meat, which does have a very small amount of vitamin C, but not nearly as much as what is found in plants. So it is possible to get vitamin C on a carnivore diet if you eat organ meat, but it would have to be from raw organs since heat destroys vitamin C. So carnivore dieters claim they don't need as much vitamin C in their diet as people on a plant-based diet because vitamin C is involved in carbohydrate metabolism and they don't consume a significant amount of carbohydrates, so therefore it's not a problem. However, let's not fool ourselves, chums. Vitamin C is still absolutely an essential vitamin, and it is not easy to get enough of it on a pure carnivore diet, even if their mechanistic hypothesis is true. So it's possible that some people on the carnivore diet will get enough vitamin C to avoid scurvy, and that's probably because most of them take vitamin C supplements, but scurvy has still been reported to occur on extreme carnivore diets, so it definitely can still happen. But one very important point that carnivore cult seems to forget is that just because you're eating enough vitamin C to prevent scurvy, that does not mean that you're eating optimal levels of vitamin C for health overall. Vitamin C is not just about stopping scurvy, it's also a very powerful antioxidant. It's important for wound healing. It has a strong
CDG, donate $2. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Strong anti-aging effect since it helps boost collagen production of the skin. It also boosts the immune system, and it helps with the absorption of certain minerals like iron. So to put this all into perspective, if we compare the vitamin C content from a single serving of liver to a single orange, a 100-gram single serving of liver has about 1.3 milligrams of vitamin C. A single orange, on the other hand, has about 70 milligrams of vitamin C. I know there is some dispute about this, but even the most optimistic sources show that raw liver doesn't have nearly as much vitamin C as what is found in plants. The recommended daily dose of vitamin C is about 90 milligrams per day. So even if you ate nothing but raw liver, you still wouldn't get anywhere close to that number. You may get enough vitamin C to stop scurvy, but if you want to experience all the other great benefits of vitamin C, then eat some damn fruit. If humans were actually carnivores, then they wouldn't need to eat vitamin C at all, since true carnivores produce their own vitamin C, like I said earlier. We can't do that though. Humans have lost the enzyme that most other animals have to synthesize vitamin C on their own. We have to eat our own vitamin C, and the best source of vitamin C by far comes from plants, in particular citrus fruits. But as it turns out, the lack of vitamin C is only a small part of a much bigger problem with the carnivore diet. Meat is not only lacking in vitamin C, it is also lacking in vitamin E, vitamin K1, fiber, calcium, and magnesium. Of course, in the case of fiber, carnivores will claim that it has no benefits because it's not a real nutrient. And even though it is true that we don't actually derive any nutrition from fiber, fiber still plays a very important role in the gut microbiome because it reduces the risk of colon cancer. Fiber also lowers LDL cholesterol, it speeds up digestion, helps contribute to satiety so we don't overeat, and it also lowers blood glucose and can help prevent diabetes. So just because we don't derive calories from fiber doesn't mean it's not beneficial. We don't derive calories from water either, but I doubt anyone would say that water's not beneficial. Now, I know the carnivore dipshits are already writing in the comment section right now, oh yeah, well vegans have to supplement B12, so haha. Now, I know carnivores who are watching this video would absolutely love to make this a vegan versus carnivore culture war, but
you like watching burps even at 3:30 in the morning? Did you think you'd be watching burps at 3:30 in the morning when you were younger? Also, why are you wearing a headband? What are you, some kinda teenage ninja turtle? And stop starving yourself, idiot XD.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna reduce the retatrutide dose. I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have the retatrutide dose, and I think I am just gonna up my caloric intake a bit. Probably go up to around 2,000. Probably feel a lot better. And I'll probably still lose weight slowly over time too, anyway. Ooh. And I'll make more gains. So yeah. Probably should eat more. Thanks for the donation, CDG. I kind of dig the headband. I was wearing it for the stream, you know, to put the mic on, but I like how it feels on my forehead. It makes it feel warm. You know what is fucking awesome? These. Smart Sweets peach rings are fucking fantastic. I fucking love these things. They are great. They have 22 grams of fiber in a pack. These things are fucking delicious. Love them. You asshole.
But unfortunately for them, this isn't a vegan video. Carnivores will always try to make everything they talk about a vegan versus carnivore culture war debate, but what they're forgetting is that you don't have to be a vegan to realize that the carnivore diet is stupid, and a lot of non-vegans have actually criticized the carnivore diet. And besides, if carnivores are all so against supplements, then why do they sell them? I swear, 90% of these carnivore grifters are selling shitty, overpriced electrolyte supplements on all of their channels. Also, no one is claiming here that a vegan diet is a species-specific diet. If the carnivore diet is indeed a species-specific diet, as they always claim, it should contain all the nutrients that are necessary without taking supplements. Of course, the easiest way to get all the nutrients you need is to make sure plants are part of your diet. Alright, let's go ahead and move on to number 6. Number 6 is the fact that plants are very high in phytonutrients that help fight cancer and heart disease. So, just to name off a few of them, we have carotenoids found in foods like carrots, tomatoes, and sweet potatoes, flavonoids found in berries, citrus fruits, and dark chocolates, lycopene, which is found in tomatoes, watermelon, and grapefruit, and this is just barely scratching the surface here, chums. There have been over 10,000 of these phytonutrients identified thus far, and they all have antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antimicrobial and anti-cancer properties. Meanwhile, meat is high in advanced glycation end products, also known as AGEs. The carnivore clowns love to talk about anti-nutrients found in plants like lectins and oxalates, but the fact is that those are not found in sufficient enough quantities in plant foods to be clinically significant, and they're broken down through cooking and preparation of plant foods.
22 grams of fiber? Damn farts galore. And who were you calling an asshole? Lol.
It doesn't make you fart. I have those occasionally. I've never farted from those. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Can you please rate my 405 pounds bench press? Would love your feedback.
Let me take a look. Well, it's nice and clean. Like, everyone has their own pressing style. The only thing I'd kind of say is you might get a little bit more power off your chest if you touch the bar slightly lower on your sternum. Other than that, very good press, dude. Nice. Thanks for the donation, Mario.
In the case of AGEs, though, they actually increase with cooking, so cooked meat is actually worse for you than raw meat. AGEs are linked to type 2 diabetes.
Have you seen Cassidy Campbell do his Andrew Tate character? He nails it. I don't watch Cassidy Campbell. That guy's a fucking asshole. Complete psycho crazy dickhead. So I don't watch him anymore. But, most of his skits have been terrible too. Like, just horrendous. So I haven't watched him in a while.
Cardiovascular disease, dementia, depression, schizophrenia, and premature aging. So, if you've ever wondered why most carnivore dieters look like wrinkly human tomato hybrids, or they have to spend over $100,000 to make their face look aesthetically presentable the way Michaela Peterson did, then that's why. It's because of AGEs. Additionally, meat is also very high in uric acid, which contributes to kidney stones and can also cause gout. Oxalates found in certain plants like spinach can cause kidney stones rarely, but oxalates get broken down by cooking. Uric acid, on the other hand, goes up with cooking because cooking meats breaks down purines into uric acid, thus making cooked meat even more likely to cause kidney stones than raw meat. So for all the hype about anti-nutrients, it turns out that the type of food that has the type of anti-nutrients that actually causes damage to our bodies comes from meat, not plants. Okay, let's move on to number 5. Human saliva contains salivary amylase. Pure carnivores don't have any salivary amylase, and that's because salivary amylase breaks down complex carbohydrates like starches. Studies show that carnivores do not have salivary amylase. On the other hand, all omnivorous animals do, including humans. So, if humans were truly a carnivorous species, why would they produce an enzyme that helps us break down starch, which comes exclusively from plant-based foods? Now, I have heard some carnivore dimwits try to counter this by mentioning how carnivores produce amylase in the pancreas, but that's misleading. The only reason some carnivores have any pancreatic amylase is because they occasionally ingest some plant material in the stomachs of the herbivores they eat, and this amylase helps them digest this trace amount of plant material. Humans, though, naturally have a diet that is rich in plants, and so humans have both salivary amylase and pancreatic amylase that digest this major food source. That's why cats who belong to vegans who feed them a vegan diet will often die young, because cats actually are carnivores, unlike human beings. Okay,
There's no evidence that vegan cats live shorter. There's actually evidence to the contrary, but vegan cats live as long as cats that are fed, you know, meat and they tend to have less health issues overall. Huge portion of normal cat food, by the way, is made up of plants, so cat food is not made up of just meat. Rats and cats donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh, look at the little rat. Oh, what a nice rat. Oh, rats are sweeties. Oh my god. Whoa, his eyes are derpy. Oh my god, he's so derped. How come he's so derpy? That's a nice derp. That's a nice kitty. I love kitties. Thanks for the donation, rats and cats.
Time for number 4. Humans lack traits that are typical of carnivorous animals. We have a longer intestine, jaws that can move side to side, which is a trait that is better suited for chewing plants, as opposed to carnivores that just bite up and down and swallow without much chewing. We also lack natural anatomical features common on carnivorous animals, like night vision and claws. Like I already mentioned, the meat that we evolved eating in early times was likely carrion meat, which explains our stomach acidity, and it also may explain why humans generally don't enjoy killing animals, even though they like the taste of meat. It's because the meat we ate prehistorically came from animals that are already dead. And funny enough, that's something that hasn't changed in the slightest. Most people today cannot comfortably eat meat unless it is already dead and someone kills the meat for them. True carnivorous animals, on the other hand, will eat their prey when they are still in the process of dying, and they won't even feel a shred of remorse for their prey, no matter how much they are suffering. If humans were truly carnivores, then humans would not be bothered by animal cruelty, but we are. Most people are absolutely disgusted by it. They just don't have to think about it when someone else kills the animal for them. And I'll get more to that point a little bit later, but let's go ahead and move on to number 3. Meat is good for short-term survival and may have been a good source of calories in prehistoric times, but the paradigm has shifted dramatically these days. Now, we live in a world of complete abundance. The food that was once optimal for survival in ancient times is now detrimental for our longevity in modern times. First of all, if you go to any Walmart in the United States, it's very easy to see that we are no longer living in a world where it is difficult to get enough calories. Calorie-dense food is no longer an advantage for human beings, at least not in the developed world. It is now a disadvantage since far more people are killing themselves through overconsumption than underconsumption. Secondly, now that our lifespan has been extended through improved hygiene, vaccines, antibiotics, and other discoveries of modern medicine, the fact that a high-meat diet causes premature atherosclerosis is much more problematic for us as a species. The human lifespan has improved significantly, just in the last 50 years in fact, and it is way beyond the average lifespan of prehistoric humans especially, and this is true even if you discount the high infant mortality rate of previous eras. So, with humans living into their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and beyond, the fact that the incidence of atherosclerosis increases exponentially with age means that as we get older, we are more and more likely to have atherosclerosis. That means a greater risk of heart attack, stroke, and peripheral vascular disease. To reduce the risk of atherosclerosis, we can exercise, treat high blood pressure and diabetes, and most importantly, reduce LDL cholesterol levels, which is directly related to the risk of atherosclerosis. Meat contains a lot of saturated fat, and saturated fat in the diet raises LDL cholesterol, and so it increases the risk of atherosclerosis. The carnivore diet completely ignores this fact, and the only reason most carnivore dieters are still alive today is because it is a relatively new fad diet, and atherosclerosis takes a long time to develop. In fact, I think it is safe to say that the only period in human history where there have ever been humans who ate a purely carnivorous diet is right now. This is not something that any sane people in the past would have ever considered to be a healthy diet, nor is it something that humans would ever naturally gravitate towards, which brings me to my next point. Number 2, people enjoy eating plants. If you watch any carnivore diet video like those from the Steak and Butter Gal, they often show some kid who is offended when offered some broccoli. He shakes his head and refuses. So from this, Steak and Butter Gal concludes that people naturally want to eat meat and they hate to eat vegetables. That's because they think that meat is a natural diet for humans and plants are unnatural for us to eat because we're naturally carnivores. Of course, if you offer that same kid some Skittles and Sour Patch Kids, he'd push the meat away immediately and eat the sugar first. So why the hell are we basing our diet on what some bratty kids like to eat? The truth is that these carnivore dieters are projecting. Their parents never taught them to eat vegetables when they were kids, so they now think that everyone else must hate vegetables too. But if people naturally crave meat and only meat, then who is forcing 99% of the population to eat both meat and plants, or even just plants alone in some circumstances? Carnivore dieters don't seem to think that it's possible that most people actually don't want to eat a meat-only diet and actually prefer having some plants in their diet, like having a baked potato with their meat, or some string beans, asparagus, or even some broccoli. People eat these foods because they enjoy them. The greatest and most cherished cuisines from countries all over the world feature dishes that are rich in fruits and vegetables. Dishes from Asia, the Middle East, Italy, France, Spain, Mexico, etc. They all feature scrumptious, delectable dishes that include plants because people don't want to just eat a boring slab of meat all the time. Plants add flavor to dishes that meat cannot provide, like sweet, spicy, as well as certain umami flavors. Hell, most people even season their meat with plants like peppers and hot sauce. So let's face it, people like eating plants because they are part of an omnivorous diet, and we naturally want to eat them because they taste good. People make their own decisions, of course, on what they like to eat, and aside from the small cult of carnivore dieters, people actually choose to eat vegetables. If we were free to choose what we eat, practically everyone on Earth chooses to eat an omnivorous diet because that is our species-specific diet.
He's pretty much right about all that.
Oris Kalasinski wins his open class debut and does so in emphatic fashion, winning the 2025 Italy Pro. As Oris Kalasinski wins the 2020 breed, who you could argue, top to bottom, maybe the most conditioned in this entire lineup. You know, look, whenever you get a top flight athlete or a high profile athlete transitioning from one division, feel free to debate in the
Let me see. I think Greg did a video on this.
Urs Kalasinski, the miracle where he's just qualified for the Olympia, and I'm not talking about Classic, I'm talking about Open. And so he came out of literally nowhere. No one expected him to win. Well, I did, but well, most people did not. We all knew he put on almost 30 pounds of muscle. And so bro must have been just cruising on the lowest doses ever, as the amount of muscle this put on, it looked ridiculous. And so he was battling it out with none other than Quinton Irea, a man who about 5 years ago I said, this guy has the world's best genetics and he should be competing in men's classic physique. Now, he decided, I don't want to listen to Coach Greg. He's 6'2", he's a monster. He wanted to compete in Open. I mean, he's done I mean, he's winning shows, he's at that level, but I really think he would shine in men's classic physique. Urs, on the other hand, he moves up into Open and wins. And so I keep telling the IFBB, but they only listen to me about a year after I make my prediction. They need to lower the weight classes. People are saying, no, they need to raise them. Here is our sample size of 2. The last 2 guys that switched into Open, Chris Bumstead, he switched into Open and got 2nd. Urs, he switched into Open and got 1st. What if Mike Sommerfeld switched into Open? Mike is better than Urs Kalasinski. We've already seen him beat him. And so if Mike switched into Open, Mike would also win. And so if they lower the weight class and make it different kind of look, different people could be winning, then that would make sense. Perhaps guys like Logan Franklin or smaller guys like Brandon Hardy, smaller guys who are way under the weight cap. Here he is flexing. Oh my goodness, look at the quads, the striations. He's so freaking hard.
So stuffed right now, almost drank an entire liter of kefir flavored with mixed berries, so delicious. Today I also ate whey protein shakes, chicken, avocados, vegangains.
That's great. Hope you choke on it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It doesn't even make sense. Look at the fullness in the you gotta pause it right here. Are you kidding me right now? Look at this look. It's striated from head to toe. The quads, zippers, vastus medialis, lateralis, the coccymus muscle, everything. And look at the striations in the pecs and the density of the shoulders and the arms.
How much did he fucking weigh on stage? Dude, he looks fucking gigantic.
As if he just...
I'm always curious how much how much steroids these dudes take. Just so, I have some idea of how much gear I'd have to be on to, get that huge. I don't think I'd want to get that big, just because daily normal life would kind of be fucked, but it's fun being jacked.
Just grew into his physique. It looks like saran wrap on his muscles. And so when you just put on brand new size, like right now, if my arms got bigger, they swell out. In comparison, when your muscles deflate, as in when you try to make weight for classic physique, you're not going to have that same shrink wrap appearance. And so this look is ridiculous. And who would you got? Is this look better than C-Bum? I mean, you got to admit, it's got to be very, very close. C-Bum at his best versus Urs at his best. Who would actually come out on top? Add into this Keon Pearson, Mike Sommerfeld, all of them. Do they not all look like guys that could competing in Open? And so here's my opinion. I think that when you have different categories, they should be for different bodies. If you look good enough to place in the top 3 in an Open show, then you really shouldn't be in classic physique. And so essentially what we have in classic physique, it's bodybuilders who are pretty. They have pretty physiques. They have smaller waist, they have great shape, but they still can make that weight category. And so if you get a classic guy and you put him into Open bodybuilding, then of course he's going to look amazing. And the quads, the lat spread, look at the size of the chest, shoulders, the smaller waist, the flared out quads. I mean, this looks ridiculous. But what about the arms? He had weak arms. What in the world? Look at the polymorphic feature of the biceps. It's incredible. What has happened? He's put more muscle on his arms in the last several months than he's done in the last several years. And so this is a very hard physique to beat. Unbelievable. Look at the size. It is insane. And so Urs, he doesn't want to wait for 2 years to be a threat. He wants to be a threat right now at this year's Mr. Olympia. And from the side, the thickness, the granite hard physique. I mean, he literally looks like a rock. He's the opposite of the rock who's now a pebble. Bro looks like he's carved out of stone. And from the rear, what are we going to behold? Look at the density of the glutes. They're strided from top to bottom, the calves, the hamstrings. Crazy definition. Here comes the back. Great shape, V-taper. Now, in comparison to his other body parts, it's not his strongest. His lower half is stronger than his upper, but he still has insane looking shoulders, a very small waist, and will be very competitive on the Olympia stage. And the lat spread, which is rarely done in men's classic physique, of course he could use a little bit more width, but he's doing his best, but it's still a very strong pose because of his lower half. I am shocked.
Legs are just fucking crazy.
Impressive.
This is what all the kids and teenagers around the world. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Urs is looking crazy.
Yo, 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 yo. I mean, the commentator, he just cannot believe this.
Much bigger than I expected.
I think he's bigger than anyone expected, except for Urs. Urs knew what he was doing.
Arms are up like crazy.
And yes, the arms are up like crazy. Clearly,
he's got to be at least 260 on stage, at least.
has a polymorphic feature of the arms. It allows you to put on more muscle well into your career, just like Hussein Farhat. And so a polymorphic feature, it's kind of like the polymorphism that Hussein has, except it only affects the biceps.
Condition, fantastic. Guys,
Am I gonna unbox Russian mail order girlfriend? Blow up dolls are fucking gross. I don't know how anybody can. Just weird.
Earth is looking. Look at gun. What happened to the guns?
They've gotten larger than last time. Polymorphic feature in full.
Arms are up like I've never seen such a.
One man, and he's going to flex, and he's hitting the other. Spread it out, guys. Spread it open. And so what you see is on the right, Quinton Irea. He does not have the legs of Urs. He doesn't have the shreds. Urs is harder.
With some training, with some rest, with a long drive to Cologne. It's still the same size. Just the upper body is. It's not gone, it's just a bit flat.
I had to buy new pants because they were baggy before. I might like the shirt a lot.
Maybe because they are shredded now. They look really hard, you know.
Yay. Cat donated $2. Was Vegeta based for doing this because of all the people Nappa killed, or was Vegeta just a plain psycho?
Vegeta, give me a hand. I can't get up. Thank you.
Sure. It's the least I can do, Nappa. Maybe you won't be such a disappointment in the next dimension. What's happening?
You did it right!
I think Vegeta just thought Nappa was pathetic for losing, and since he was injured to the point where he couldn't fight anymore, he just decided to kill him. So yeah, like, Vegeta was evil in the, you know, Saiyan arc. Thanks for the donation, though, Cat. I've got to get one of these adductor machines.
Go back to the.
So like, this thing is kind of annoying. This kind of hurts your feet, or you're like, and this kind of hurts your feet. But the actual like, the movement tension curve is great.
Well, I don't call it military press. I think you just mean overhead press or standing overhead press. The most I've done is 240.
Just like it's.
And I know a lot of people debate about it. It's the movement's fine for bodybuilding. I think it makes a little bit more sense to do it seated probably for bodybuilding, but it's just easier and more fun doing it standing rather than having to set up on a bench.
It's very close. It's a little.
I found a better one. Because some of the pieces I bought out of my mind, you know.
Do you train glute med? I don't know what you mean by glute med. I don't do any isolation work for my glutes because I hate doing glute hip thrusts without a machine. But my glutes get trained when I do squats and deadlifts.
Because I remember this one, like the second gym where I trained at. Yeah. I knew, okay, this one's kind of good. I remember it as good.
But time to change.
Yeah. But everything else I'm super happy with.
Do you like that pendulum squat?
I didn't try it yet.
No?
We can do it
I
now.
haven't tried it. I can try it.
I think about switching now to a pendulum, doing this, and then the leg press, and maybe finish off, because when I go heavier now, it just hurts even more. I'm not bad. For me, it feels always a bit weird with pendulums, because the weight
Yeah,
out
pendulum
is so
squats look
short.
sick.
So short?
Yeah, it's not
I guess, yeah.
compared to, you know what I mean?
Like a leg press?
Yeah, you don't really sit on your calves. I mean, you do, but it don't feel like it compared to a squat or like a hack squat.
True. Be similar.
Yeah, always training legs 3 times a week.
3 times a week?
Or how often you train it?
Once a month, maybe?
Yeah.
Boring. It's hard to get into like the routine of like training when you do it like once a month, you know? It's like, you like build momentum to feel good at things, you know?
Yeah.
Can't build momentum and every day I'm just doing this. But
you get there.
It'll make me excited to train again, which I'm happy
Yeah.
with. Sometimes you gotta miss something to want it again. What's that word? The saying? Distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah. That's good. I can do a little bit more. Don't want to do 15 reps. Yeah.
CDG donate tillers. Trump burped.
Trump let out a loud belch and everyone ran away in panic. Even his own bodyguard nearly threw up. During the interview, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was visibly irritated. He frowned, turned to the side, and even turned his head away, as if trying to avoid something. As he left the room,
It's AI slop. Brittany Venti's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Come on, push.
Ooh. Feels good. It's really good.
You feel like you get stronger sometimes when you lose some weight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always.
Isn't that weird?
I think it's also because of inflammation.
Yeah.
I think now I'm getting really strong, and then it stays. Then I start prep, losing 5-6 pounds, and then I'm getting stronger again.
When you think if you kept your off season 5 to 6, 8 pounds lighter, that would make your body more tired because you'd be having to starve yourself to do that.
I tried to do that, but
your body just wants to be at this point.
So I don't sleep well then.
Yeah. Wait, you lose weight?
No, when I hold my body, when I say I need to weigh like 230, 240 the whole rest of the year, my body just says like, fuck you.
There's a big difference between 240 and 280 though.
Yeah?
You could be 255.
Maybe.
260.
Maybe. But I don't think so.
Maybe. I'd be curious. Because like you said, when you lose 5 pounds, your strength goes a bit. So what if you just, right now, you just did a little like, lost 5 pounds.
Yeah.
And you kind of like,
shouldn't change your workout plans like every week.
Every week, yeah.
CDG donate $2. Let me see. That's great. Thanks, CDG.
Come on. Yeah. Explode. Boom. Yeah. Come on now. Good. Up.
I've been enjoying squats lately. The biggest fucking issue for me is always just being pain and getting fucked up, but I think with the new squat technique and now that I'm on growth hormone and shit, should be able to get my squat up pretty high. feel like I have a lot more stability and power. And not just because of the steroids, the change in technique. I should have stuck to just doing a low bar position in my back, but kind of a high bar sort of position for the lower body. So like knees coming a bit more forward and shit.
Yes. Hold on. Yeah. One more. One more. Come on. Good. Ooh. I like it. Can do 5 sets here. 5. 5. And then some extensions. Today is one of those days we talked about yesterday.
First one feels good.
One thing feels good and we stay on it.
What's wrong? I thought you liked smelling buttholes. You talked about smelling ass and buttholes, and so I assumed that you would also like what comes out of assholes, which means poop and farts. So why didn't you like farts? Didn't you like your ex farts?
I'm not talking about it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Come on.
Easy. Come on. Good. Yes. Good. Come on. Up, up, up. Last one we do a little bit lighter. Have 10 seconds negatives.
I was going to say the same thing.
Really?
I was going to do a different thing, but similar. Do the bum set.
Yeah?
The descending negative.
I like that.
You do 10 reps. First rep is 10-second negative. Second.
What do you think about Boondock Saints? I never saw it. Never saw that one.
Rep is 9-second negative. Third rep is 8 second, and you go all the way down. So you get to 2, and then you just go to failure.
Cool.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Why don't you ever want to talk about your past relationships?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Don't think we're gonna play Delta tonight. Might, but I don't know about that. Not sure yet.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. You can just go ahead, please.
You know, I might switch to using knee sleeves. I've been using like wraps and only wrapping my knee really lightly, and it's just to kind of help with like the tracking of my kneecap, because I have that like weird kneecap problem. I might try using some like good Inzer knee braces or knee sleeves.
Dude, I like...
Whew, that's good. It feels completely weird. That's good though, right? You're like, I'm not gonna make it. And then once you get down to like 5-4, you're like, oh,
7, I felt like fuck. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8.
I found this video of CDG. Watch off stream.
Oh, I know all you got in there. Oh, no, it's full of gas.
I'm surprised this is still on YouTube, even though it's unlisted. Even unlisted, that's a little extreme. Maybe more than a little extreme. That's... Oh, she's got underwear on. Okay. I didn't notice. Yeah.
Thoughts on Canada going to recognize Palestine? I think it will happen tomorrow. Also, do you think Mark Carney is doing a good job as PM 6 months in?
Fucking retarded. Basically, they're just supporting Islamic terrorism. Why are you giving... Dude, there's still hostages in Gaza. So they're going to recognize Palestine as a state while they're holding hostages? And they're still under Hamas control? Like, it's psychotic. So, no, fuck Carney. In terms of, like, geopolitics, that's fucking disgusting. The guy's a fucking anti-Semite. And, he's not doing anything. So he promised to lower housing costs, and then literally a month after he got elected, his housing minister said, we're not going to do anything to lower housing costs. And they're trying to ban guns for absolutely no fucking reason. They're literally allowing more and more crime to occur. They're literally encouraging the police to go after homeowners for defending themselves when people break in. Last week there was a fucking family whose son got executed by, you know, some home invader? Like, it's fucking insane. And like what? The only fucking policy that they're really trying to push forward is to get rid of the restrictions for interprovincial trade. The conservatives were going to do that anyway. So fuck Carney. The guy's an anti-Semite. The whole liberal party are fucking anti-Semitic for doing this Palestinian statehood thing. Fuck them. Fucking hate the liberal government. Thanks for the donation though, Skr. Hissy donated $2. Let me see. Well, thank you for that, Hissy. Appreciate the donation.
What do you eat on your current diet, and what's your goal in terms of fitness? Also, are you gonna up your dose?
Right now I'm basically just eating protein powder, rice cakes, tofu, broccoli, Brussels sprouts. I'm gonna up my calories now. I think I'm gonna add in some, like, actual rice. I'm just gonna cook a pot of rice and just eat that throughout the day for carbs. Probably have an extra block of tofu per day, and add in some more fruits too. As far as goals for fitness, just get strong and jacked as fuck. I want to work up to being able to do a 405 squat for sets of 10. Assuming I can avoid injury, which I think I'm better equipped to do now that I'm on testosterone and growth hormone. Fingers crossed. Don't think I'll have too many issues doing that, and I'm being pretty careful, listening to my body. I might start incorporating deadlifts in again, and basically just get all my lifts up, you know, just get fucking jacked. I want to look like Kazuya from Tekken 8. Thanks for the... Oh, and am I gonna up my dose? I'll up my doses as needed, you know. Thanks for the donation though, Wolf D. Soyboy donated $2. Another video of CDG. I found his profile page. Haha.
Jasmine, Jasmine, Jasmine.
you ever see me at a veg fest, do not say hi. I might want to hurt you.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, just go up. 2, 1. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
That's interesting. It's like a sandbag thing. Maybe I'll look into getting one of those. I could do lunges down my street. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I'll look into getting something like that.
In my opinion, nothing happens when you're not like eat a lot.
If you do like a 6-month bulk with like maintaining being super lean, I agree.
Yeah.
If you're willing to take 10 years, you can do it. Like yes, you can put on muscle, but I think it's dependent on the goal too. Like for us with weight limits, I don't think you need to put on much muscle. And at least everybody's body's so different. But my body looked better if I didn't get too high and then come too low. The closer I could stay in that, my body just looked better. For sure. But some people, like if you notice, you get more tired from doing that.
Yeah.
Depends.
Depends on what your body is liking, you know.
Yeah. Like you're still lean right now. I've seen a lot of pro bodybuilders who like you get a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
But I've seen so many pro bodybuilders who can literally do like one set of leg press and their leg work in their because they're so out of breath and out of shape that that's sacrificing gains.
No, that's
not
good.
good. You can't train.
Yeah. No, I don't get fat.
I could probably watch, well, not just probably. I could definitely watch you know, public domain old movies like Samurai Cop on Kick. I could probably get away with that. They don't have the same copyright policies like YouTube does. So I'm considering doing like some streams on Kick periodically.
Fat, you know. He looks fat, but he looks right. Jetzt kommen wir zu den Monolegs, die ich angesprochen habe. Einfach zugeschwollen. Pumped. Jetzt schon gut Gas drin. Das gefällt mir. One more. Hasta la vista.
That it? Done deal?
Good.
Notice how he doesn't have a calf machine in his gym?
I don't need one. I hate those calves.
I have like 7 in my gym.
I hate them.
You hate them?
Yeah, I don't want to have calves. Nobody cares about them.
Bros care.
Yeah. But not the judges.
No. It'll be nice when you are done and you stop training legs and you wear shorts and you just have nice calves, not like giant ones.
Yeah.
Then you'll be grateful for them.
Yeah, definitely. But my right one is bigger compared to this.
Did you measure or like that's what I feel?
No, it is because I broke my foot here, and now my fundament of the foot is not correctly. And then it shrinks when the nerve is not working properly.
Imagine if you had real nerve damage and your whole calf like shrunk, and then your other calf was that big. Fuck.
I would get like
mono
when it's so pumped and it's only one
like
strain.
Oh, mono.
Mono. Yeah, when I'm on it.
Yeah, I wonder how much drugs he's on. I wonder if he's talked about his stack. Yeah, I don't see any videos where he talks about cycles he's on.
Come back mit diesem Mann hier gerade an der Strippe.
Der Kienzel.
Der Kienzel.
mach hier Netflix an und chill deine Eier. Rückentraining mach, ist jetzt hier.
Did we watch The Skateboard Kid? I can't remember watching the can't remember if we watched The Skateboard Kid. Skateboard Kid was a good movie. That is a very nice, silly, stupid movie.
High-Curl-Maschine arbeite und so. Die
Hey, fat grips. Yeah, dude, fat grips are legit. They definitely help your arms grow. I really dig fat grips.
Versuch hinter den Kopf zu ziehen. Nicht nur stärker werden, sondern auch besser werden. Das ist auch ein ganz großer Punkt. Besser werden in Übungen. Vielleicht mal auch Tage, weil wir heute ja beim Thema sind, die nicht so gut laufen. Nutzen, um keine neuen PRs zu machen zum Beispiel. Jetzt nicht extrem schwere Gewichte dann zu bewegen, weil es halt sein muss, sondern zu sagen, hey, vielleicht habe ich heute nicht die Power. Ich meine, meine Power ist heute irgendwie gut da. Das kann auch sein, dass euer Psyche euch was vorgabt.
If I ever won the lottery, I would get a big ass fucking home gym. Just get like all the machines, all the free weights, just for the fuck of it.
Genau, euer Latissimus sozusagen.
I'm gonna go take my growth hormone. And then, we'll play some games. Where's my phone? I don't know where my phone is. Alright, well, I'm gonna be back in a minute. Oh, all right. Oh, I got my growth hormone.
Richard the first wanna suck your huge, big, black, juicy cock with the pink tip. Can we see a preview of your OnlyFans pictures with the dick part cut out? I just wanna look at your giant sexy big veiny body and touch myself and come in my pants while looking you.
Sure. I don't see why not. Thanks for the donation, Soy Boy. What's going on, Gum Gum?
Look at this cat. Got this big cat. How's my big kitty doing? What's my big kitty up to? You being silly? Being a silly kitty?
Thanks for the donation, Soy Boy.
Ja, heute Push-Training.
Ich glaube, du könntest heute einen guten Booster gebrauchen.
Ich habe mein ganz anderen Körper so. Ich finde es genau.
That's a lot of weight, dude.
Das war heftiger Bullshit. Im positiven Sinne, aber hat gesagt, jetzt guck halt nicht, dass Dennis dir noch 4 hilft, sondern noch 1 oder 2 mit Hilfe und dann ist gut. Weil ich habe mich mit dem Studio hier schon ein bisschen, der schreibt wieder, egal, ich habe mich schon ein bisschen in so ein kleines Loch reingeprügelt, haben wir jetzt beide festgestellt. Dennis ist ja im letzten Video, habe ich ja gesagt, ist krankheitsbedingt ausgefallen, mal eine Woche. Hatte dann noch Erholung, aber ich habe, seit ich den Laden hier habe, nur durchtrainiert. Und wir haben ja gestern drüber geredet und über die Maschinen und so. Und ich glaube halt, wir treffen jetzt jeden Muskel noch kranker, noch präziser, dass es noch viel mehr Reiz ist auf der Muskulatur. Weißt du, was ich meine? Weil wenn ich jetzt, keine Ahnung, im Bunker oder in anderen Studios... Komm. Ja. Sehr gut. Man sieht es richtig arbeiten. Ist gut, gell, mit der zweiteiligen Bewegung.
Irgendwie kommt es mir so vor, dass sich der Trizeps dann irgendwie...
Und deswegen hat man mit der Bewegung eben sozusagen eine zweigeteilte...
Wonder what kind of elbow sleeves those are. I've been considering getting elbow sleeves. I think once you use a certain amount of weight, you kind of need sleeves.
Bewegung und hat halt extrem geilen Reiz.
Ich muss aber sagen, ich finde, glaube ich, nur richtig geil am Seilzug. So mit einer normalen SZ würde ich die, glaube ich, gar nicht feiern.
Habe ich früher viel gemacht, fand ich auch immer geil. Also French Press, aber wenn man dann halt echt stark wird, so, dann geht schon auf den Ellbogen. Weil du hast halt so Scherkräfte, die sind nicht so geil. Vor allem wenn man dann noch so eng greift und der hier macht, das mag halt dein Ellbogen nicht so sehr. Ja, auf geht's.
I've never shoved carrots up my ass. I think people are talking about the one joke video I made where it wasn't even a carrot, it was a cucumber, and I didn't put it up my ass.
Jawohl. Sehr gut. Schön. Langsam mal runter, nicht so nach unten dippen. Ja, kontrollieren hier auch. In diesen Mittelbewegungen. Hier. Ja. Sehr gut.
Helf!
Ja, ich bin da, hier hinten. Komm. Bei den drückenden Sachen. Aber nur meine Ellbogen zusammenkommen und man das nachvollziehen kann. Also wenn ich jetzt das Ziel hätte, mit den Händen zusammenzukommen, würde ich so machen. Aber das wollen wir hier nicht. Wir wollen
Ah, they're doing
die Hände sind
triceps
scheißegal.
first.
Wir gehen eigentlich nur ein der Welt zu trainieren. Kurz aus und denkt, die Übung hoch, bleib in der Brust drin, genau. Leider.
Also ganz schlecht schlafen, mehrere Mal hintereinander.
Verliert dann. Geht. Komm, letzter. Feuer. Komm. Hoch damit.
Guten Morgen.
In diesem Sinne starten wir rein in den Samstag. Warte, wir können einen Sneak Peek zeigen. Noch vom Arm. Was gibt's morgen zu sehen? 6:47 Uhr.
Guten Morgen.
Morgen erstmal.
What's the most gear you'd ever take per week? Whatever's safe and whatever I need.
Das ist immer so die Dynamik im Haus. Alicia und Stefan schließen ab. Stefan und ich sind wieder wach. Der Mann schläft nie. Was war heute Nacht? Korea.
Ja, Korea. Aber Abwaage ist jetzt dann.
Und? Breakfast of the Champions.
Advanced.
Advanced, weil wir haben mit einer Abonnentin geschrieben, liebe Grüße, wenn du das siehst. Wenn der Stefan schon Kindersachen isst, dann muss er sich in Italien die holen, die es nur in Italien gibt. Das ist unter anderem dieser.
Aber das ist ein gutes Stichwort für deinen heutigen Ladetag. Wird bei dir wahrscheinlich nicht zum Einsatz kommen.
Nee, braucht man nicht. Ich bin eh kein Fan von so Shitloading, Stefan auch nicht. Wir machen jetzt hier Posing Rounds. Ich mache jetzt gleich nochmal eine Runde und dann wird Stefan den Plan anpassen. Also ich weiß noch gar nicht, was kommt. Aber ich muss sagen, die Farbe ist schon gut wieder. Ich dusche jetzt gleich nochmal ab dann vom Frühstück. Nee, angenehm. Das ist wie eine zweite, also wie meine Haut. Die andere Farbe, die
Yeah, I remember that live stream where somebody sent me the photo of Jason Genova. That was the funniest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life, and I was laughing so hard I was crying.
um optimal zu biegen, oder der liegt speiend im BD.
So, das Huhn hast du jetzt.
Das wird man ja selber zu attraktiv.
I think the new needles I ordered on Amazon are coming later today. Probably not going to show up till late. Only English in the chat. I don't know why you're speaking in German. Alrighty. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if Jason to this day knows that he took a photo of a naked dude. It's just such a Genova thing to fucking do, where he's completely oblivious. Jason Genova is one of the funniest, like, unintentionally funny fucking people who's ever lived. Jason Genova is autistic. And also probably... He's autistic, dyslexic, and he has ADHD. So all the most hilarious... All of the most hilarious mental health issues.
Huh? Who was that? Huh? Who was that? Who's that?
Fuck! Oh, am I injured? Or do I just need food?
Disgusting.
Ah, crap! I didn't mean to snap his neck. Fuck. I keep making that oopsie. I don't know how much, There we go. Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, 9014. Dude. I don't know if I need ADHD meds. Sneaking, I need to play a shooter. Where I just, like, kill stuff and blow shit up. I fucking can't right now. I can't do the whole sneaking thing. Yeah, more rice cakes would also probably help. Yeah, I enjoy eating veggies. I really like broccoli. Oh.
Owen, we have to go back.
Oh, the growth
We
hormone's
will.
starting to kick in.
Once you see this.
These people are just starting to warm up to us. You keep showing up late to everything, it'll seem disrespectful.
What are they gonna do? Kick out a bunch of displaced fireflies who have nowhere else to go?
Maybe. I don't want to find out.
Just come see this thing. Take a deep breath.
I do in fact feel growthy. I'm not going off gear. I don't know why the fuck I'd ever go off gear. I don't know why people ask me that.
What is this place?
Like if I go on, why would I go off? I went on for a reason, right? So if I'm gonna go off, why wouldn't I just never have done it?
Fuck yeah.
No, I wouldn't use female robots to
This place is crazy.
look like Furious
I think
Pete's
it's like
girlfriend. Like, I don't care.
one of those zoos, but for fish.
Shut up.
Check this water pup out. I saw the seal the other day. It's covered in spots.
They don't have spots, they're brown.
Those are sea lions.
No. No, you don't know.
I know what I saw with my eyes.
Yeah, I didn't realize being big and strong was bad for your health.
Hey, give me a hand with this.
Yep.
What is this place?
If you
Well,
could
clearly this
date
is some
any
sort of
celebrity
theater,
or
but for,
person,
fish.
who would it be? Sure as fuck wouldn't want to date a celebrity.
Are you a rooster?
Yeah, I sure as fuck wouldn't want to date a celebrity. They're all fucking idiots.
Durian rider Jasmine nigger.
What? I'm a wolf. That's my wolf howl.
You're an idiot. You think this sailboat was part of the show?
Looks like somebody turned this into a makeshift dock or something.
In terms of appearance, oh, then probably Natasha Offie.
There's some kids' clothes. Bet a family came through.
Look at these drawings.
I wonder what happened to him.
Maybe they joined the wolves.
Yeah, or got killed by scars.
Jasmine Burgess, Jasmine Burgess.
Optimist.
Hmm.
Yo VG, what do I do if I'm tired of Indians? Not the featherheads, the other ones.
Move to Poland? Thanks for
All right.
the donation,
Enough of this
dumbass.
boat. You want to go see the rest of the fish zoo?
Did you
think
know
there's more to
Kiana
see?
Dior's 55? I don't know who that is.
Go.
Scarlett Johansson's old now. She's like a grandma.
Think you can get through that?
Get me up there.
Yep.
Natasha Offey, Aughey.
Here.
Okay. Holy shit! Look at you!
Pushed 185 pounds yesterday.
Yeah, right.
So, we take a quick look around and then...
We head right back.
Did you ask Dr. Ravi for permission to skip?
Oh my god.
Oh, you don't see that every day.
It's a tank in the floor.
Can you imagine this place filled with people? Kids laughing, running around. Different world, right? We have to come back here with the others.
That's good, yeah. Get them to break the rules too.
You don't think it's worth it?
Let's see how much trouble we're in when we get back.
You love it.
Shut up.
So, can I get like a...
Oh god.
Graphics in this game are just so fucking good.
I think this is our boat, Captain.
Shit.
His kids are enough to join the Scars.
Jeez. Well, on the bright side, I found these keys.
What is wrong with you?
He's a skeleton. He doesn't need them.
I just don't understand how anybody willingly joins the Scars.
Why not?
Because they're an insane cult. That's why.
Well, in the QZs, people would refer to the Fireflies as terrorists. Fanatics.
We were naive. We weren't fanatical.
I have a nice big kitty on my lap.
Checkpoints and assassinated soldiers.
So big.
It's not the same.
I'm just saying...
Don't say shit like that at the stadium, okay?
Okay, all right.
Wanna try those keys?
Oh, yeah. This one? Nope. How about... Got it. Damn. Painting this must have taken forever.
Don't tell me you want to go down there.
Come on.
Playing Last of Us in chronological mode, so it's
Last thing.
it's a little different.
Last thing.
I don't think I can handle a racing game right now. I'm still a little
Just,
like
don't look down.
zonked.
Just go.
You're good. Look at these. I'd love to meet this kid.
I mean, he's a Scar. Maybe you have.
Ah, Jesus, I sure hope not. Whoa. Get on in here.
Wow.
Yeah. You see that? Told you they were spotted.
Yeah.
What in the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna have to get a new HDMI cord for my fucking camera. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I still gotta get a new HDMI cord.
You want me to slow down?
No.
Is it this? It's this, isn't it? You are disgusted by it. Come on, Ab.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Talk to me.
I know all the leads have dried up, but Joel's still out there, you know?
I know. What can I do?
Let's go back. We can still make training.
So you really gonna risk her life taking TRT and ruin the vegan rep, huh? Also, why did you get banned? Was it the porn or you saying TRT was good and promoting unhealthy drugs? It's a shame, man. I really thought you can get buff being vegan, but I guess not clearly.
Hang out with the seals for a little while.
I'm sorry.
I told you already. Don't be sorry.
I'm not on TRT, and steroids don't ruin your health if you take them properly. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Huh?
Are you with me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
Wait,
Anyway.
you can see the red lines on... No, you can't. What? The fuck are you talking about? That should show up on the capture.
This silent treatment. Man, I mean, I forget my own birthday if she didn't remind me when it was.
You should just apologize to her.
I just said... Okay, what's going on?
Nothing. Why?
I can tell when you're off.
Just got some stuff on my mind.
You let me know if you want to talk about it.
Okay.
Got stragglers.
How many?
Just a handful. You want to give it a whirl?
Are you sure?
Well, I'm feeling generous. See that sign there? There you go.
Sounds attracting them.
Well, we are on patrol.
Oh my god.
Let's clear them out.
Fuck.
Shit.
Compensate for the bullet drop. Just take your time. There you go. That's all of them. Usually more over this way if you want to keep shooting.
Okay. Where are they coming from?
Hordes like to move through this area in winter. They always end up leaving behind a few stragglers.
They do the same routes every year?
Like a migration or something.
Huh. What's that about?
Well, when the barometric pressure reaches its temperatures... Shit, I don't fucking know. Check out the shed. Looks like they're moving downhill.
Why?
Dead animal. Look up by the truck there. They're munching on that deer there. Guess they're hungry.
Gotcha. I like this thing.
It would be cool if you took one of those 23andMe tests, but you'd be interested in the results. I couldn't give two fucking shits. I think my mom did one. I don't want to take one of those tests because they give that data to the police. So, yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh, there he is.
I'm impressed.
Why didn't he do that?
Looks clear. Bet there's some this way. There's something by the ski lifts? Look way out there. Under those gondolas. By that tower.
What you think?
Beautiful. Well, I'm not seeing any more.
Yeah, me neither.
All right. Let's head in. See if Joel's back.
Sure.
Hand her over.
Hey, thanks for that. It's just what I needed.
Sure. Ladies first. I'm not supposed to say anything, but Joel's worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about.
Alright, well, I'm back. How unfortunate. How annoying. Oh.
Man, give it up.
Be friends with you on Discord.
You know, we
don't know if I want to do that.
we're so focused on myofibrillary protein and our protein needs meeting that needs
is bolus dose of GH.
So normal GH production is like maybe 2 IUs a day, something like that. That's endogenous production for, larger person. And let's say that you're going to do like 10 IUs on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You're doing kind of the bolus thing. The idea being that would jack up your IGF-1 more so than smaller doses spread throughout. So that's 30 IUs over kind of 6 days, let's say, and instead you do 5 IUs a day. So you do like 1.5 or a little more than 1.5 IUs 3 times a day. Spread it out. If you hit those 10 IUs, those are going to that GH is going to be up and out in about 8 hours. So if you do that in the morning, it's, you know, if you do it at 8 o'clock, it's pretty much by dinner time. You've got no lipolysis being driven by the GH. Now, if you take 1.5 IUs or so, and then you get yourself up to about 5 IUs a day, you're, you know, 2.5 times endogenous production. So you're driving GH based lipolysis all day long if you're spreading those out every 8 hours roughly, or substantially. So that's kind of the pharmacokinetic idea of spreading the doses out for better lipolysis. And I remember back in the intense muscle days, we were talking about this, like it was probably 15 years ago, and trying to figure out like why it would work. And I didn't come up with the idea, but it was an idea that I had that I probably took from someone else. But that's kind of what I was thinking, is that the higher doses, because that's the thing. Unless you've got acromegaly, you've got a pituitary tumor, an adenoma in your pituitary, you've got giant GH output. 10 IUs is way above what you're going to get, at least over that prolonged 8-hour period. You can get pretty high spikes of GH, but they rise and they fall pretty rapidly. So maybe you're hacking the system with the big dose, and that would be something that would produce the elevated levels of IGF-1 more so than the same equivalent dose spread out over the same period of time, but in the microdosing, the smaller doses. So I don't know. The thing that's interesting, I'll let you interject, but Andrew and I were just talking about a situation where someone had just crazy IGF-1 response.
These guys know about it because.
Okay.
And let me backtrack just 1 sec, because when Skip started this segment, you know, talking about like coaches like to pretend like they know everything and appear all knowing in front of their clients. And I just want to say, like, as a coach, been doing this for years, when I don't know something, I reach out to my friend groups. Like Scott, I reached out to you about this. I reached out to Scott and Skip about the GH question. Just see, hey, have you guys seen this before? Maybe you guys don't know, but have you seen something like this before? And I have other groups that, you know, I'll rely on too. You know, like Chris Tuttle's a good friend of mine. We share ideas back and forth. And that's what I kind of think of it as, is sharing ideas, you know, because we all have general knowledge about what we're talking about. Maybe not as specific as a very particular case, but maybe one of our colleagues has seen something and has picked something up along the way that does, you know, fit that niche answer that we're looking for.
Right.
But to go back to what Scott Stevenson was just saying about, because I know this person wouldn't mind me talking about it. I'm not going to name him, but I had a client who I used to work with, and he came back after 1.5 years, and I don't recall his IGF ever being very high before, because it wasn't, because we did look back subsequently, but his IGF came back at 821, I believe it was, which for those who aren't very familiar, like that's off the charts, right? Like you know, you're on really good
the normal range.
Yeah, like you know, you got some good growth if you're in the 4s, you know, high 3s, 4s. If your IGF levels are sitting there, you're like, okay, I'm on some real good stuff. When you see 800, like my jaw dropped when I saw that, and I was like, this can't be real. But anyway, my plan for him, after, you know, talking to Scott Stevenson about this extensively, and we had 2-hour conversation between 2 different calls, looking at research papers and you know, going over acromegaly cases, etc. We decided pull his GH out and let's see, you know, what his IGF levels are, you know, naturally, because we needed to find out, hey, does he have a tumor, and is this something that he needs medical attention for, you know, or does he just have some really good stuff, and is he a really good responder? And we got the results back yesterday or day before, and his natural results came back at like 273, 274. So the sigh of relief I felt in range. Yeah. Yep. So the sigh of relief I had of, okay, cool. Like,
Rami donated $2.
Hello, everyone.
Dude, why is he uploading still? 606 views in 2 days?
hate Santa Claus, and these are 10 reasons why. Reason number 1, he has an incredibly limited vocabulary.
Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas!
Oh hey! How are you, Santa?
Ho ho ho!
Are you okay?
Merry Christmas!
How are you?
Ho 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 ho! Ho!
The false impression that you can eat whatever you want, get extremely fat from it, and never die.
Ho! Santa's so glad he has children's souls to keep him young.
The paint in his house looks horrendous. Yeah, that's just awful. Well, thanks for the donation, Barami.
I don't have a client that has.
Let's say you had like 100.
A tumor that needs medical care, but also, dude, you got some really good stuff. Give me that source. Like that kind of a double whammy there. But anyway, I just wanted to interject the facts about it.
Yeah. So, but he's someone who, you know, is, I would say, definitely is a responder in terms of IGF production. And I would imagine, I mean, I could totally imagine there's situations where some people are more so responders in terms of lipolysis. It seems, and this is total anecdotal, that the people who, and you've probably seen this too, Ken, the people who, and all you guys probably have seen this, the people who respond really well to GH, they get all the good stuff, and they also will tend to get the facial feature changes and the nose, you know, sort of the bulbous nose. Sometimes I've seen some peaked ears. Sometimes it happens. People get the cartilage changes. So that suggests to me at least that a lot of tissues, the adipose is technically connective tissue, actually. So the connective tissues are responsible or are responsive to the GH sort of in all kinds, all sorts, not just the adipose. But anyway, back to that, because there's a good question, and then I'll throw this last thing out here. It was kind of facetious question, but Chase Irons is like, "What about 18 IUs every day?"
Yes.
It's like, okay, well then you're maxing out everything, right? But if you've got limited funds and limited GH, it does, just from a pharmacokinetic perspective, it makes sense to spread it out because the levels will come back down in terms of GH and its effects on fat loss. But what I don't know is what a dose response would look like if, for instance, you took, you know, a host of subjects in and gave them 2 IUs, 5 IUs, 10 IUs, 15 IUs for, you know, you're not going to get much of an IGF response just from a single dose. But if you try those different kind of bolus-related protocols, the same dose over a period of time, less frequently higher amounts versus more frequently lower amounts, what would happen in terms of IGF-1? That was the guess, because a lot of people were finding that for whatever reason, they seemed to bulk better with the bolus doses. And maybe they just got more water retention, you know, and that helped to some degree, or maybe it just shifted. There could be a bunch of psychological placebo-based effects there, but that's the part that I don't know, because you're not going to see researchers getting money to test those sorts of things with those super high doses of GH. So anyway,
chances are the peak is just higher, and there may also be a difference with area under the curve, but I think it's like peak production primarily, or peak concentration. So when you have like a massive, gigantic peak versus something that's just a little elevated for a more prolonged period of time, I think it's just the peak level of hormone in your body.
but you had a couple things, at least a few thoughts on your head, Skip.
Yeah, I always do. In fact, too many. So when you guys are able to speak longer, it allows my brain to filter through what's important and what isn't.
Okay. All right, good.
So I appreciate that. What I'm wondering is this, and it's something that, again, this is one of those things that we can't really. There is no science yet, or we're not to the point yet where we can say matter of factly, and that a lot of these answers are black and white. I completely understand. But for the sake of conversation, if the lipolysis, well, first, we can't really separate, and correct me if I'm wrong. If you guys feel differently, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm thinking out loud here, and this is why I wanted to do this segment, to just be able to kind of bounce things off each other. How do we separate, or can we? Because I don't think we can. The impact of lipolysis from GH use with the impact of gaining muscle or getting bigger. If we're responsive to GH,
Gummy, what are you doing? What are you doing, Gum Gum? Yeah, it's a good Gum Gum. That's a good baby. I have a good Gum Gum.
and we have higher IGF levels that are super physiological. They're higher than we need, and we're a good responder for that reason. From a hormone standpoint, from an IGF standpoint, then I don't see the dosing. It's either effective with your dosing or it's not effective with your dosing versus, and I think you gave a great answer for bolus versus more split dosing. Logically, that makes sense. I like things that are logical and sensible, and it makes sense. But yet I could still see on the other side, the bolus, what I couldn't latch onto was this. What are those? I mean, clearly this is probably a giant arena for you, but if you just had to throw a few things out, like what are those benefits and kind of encapsulate that or
Watch Joe Biden tickle fart porn starring Gummy Jr. No.
or tie it up in a smaller, the
Yeah,
suite
without
at the
rambling.
arena instead of the arena.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. There, like the growth hormone studies with humans don't show an effect on muscle growth. There's a rat study that I pulled up where they had, well, in that case, they're deficient in IGF-1. I take that back. That was a different study. But if you're deficient in growth hormone, or you're doing high growth hormone levels, it doesn't seem to help with muscle growth per se, but it increases connective tissue, collagen protein production more so than what you see in myofibrillar protein. So it's going to help. That's the thing. You know, we're so focused on myofibrillar protein and our protein needs meeting that needs, but everything else is adapting alongside it. So our tendons need to get stronger. All the connective tissue in the belly of the muscle and the organ that is the muscle, our bones need to get stronger. Growth hormone helps with all those things. So it's going to help with stability, with the entire musculoskeletal system. So that's beneficial. I think personally, my big theory with why people tend to grow better a lot of times in terms of muscle mass with growth hormone is that it staves off the body fat gains that they would otherwise get that might slow them down just because I'm getting too fat, or psychologically they don't want to, or simply that they can eat more and have more anabolic drive coming from the incoming food, but at the same time have a better P ratio, so more muscle mass relative to body fat, and they can keep pushing that up. So let's say they're okay and adding their P ratio is like 1/3 fat and 2/3 muscle. Let's say it's half and half. That's not bad, really. Pound of muscle for every pound of fat. And you can change it to 2 pounds of muscle and one pound of fat, which is on satellite cells as well, because it does, like I mentioned before, it does induce local IGF-1 production, which is one of the things that triggers the satellite cells into movement, and those are necessary just for getting bigger muscle cells. So I haven't seen, I think the highest was like 7 or 8 I used, and that may have been in older men. But there's so much variation too. There's responders and non-responders in pretty much every study. So it's helping everything else, and it's preventing the fat, and that's a golden combination, even if it's not tremendously anabolic like testosterone would be or steroids would be.
Let me ask you this. Can you define? Go ahead, Andrew, because I've been asking a lot of questions. Go ahead.
Well, because I think this one might be interesting in terms of growth factors, because I remember reading studies about growth hormone exerting effects on MGF and other growth factors, and having which have a positive effect on myofibrillar protein accumulation. I think there's like a study in 2003 that I read that was like kind of like the big one, and I was just trying to like scan through. You're probably like me. I have bookmarks of like thousands of studies, and being an idiot, I don't organize them very well. One of the labels just like GH, right? Well, that's not very specific because I got about 200 GH studies in there.
Right.
But
right.
But yeah, can you speak on that? And because I remember walking away being like, okay, so this is actually one of the direct ways that it does stimulate growth inadvertently, I guess, directly but inadvertently through MGF.
So when you're looking at those studies,
The age of the influence. They're talking about chicken breasts and eggs. All right, Saturday morning. Well, I'm recording this Tuesday night and I'm making my chickens in the oven. And so what I do when I make chicken, I like chicken legs. I'm not a hipster. I don't like chicken breasts. Everyone who says they like chicken breast is a liar. And I don't care. You say you make it good, you're full of crap. Okay? Chicken legs are where it's at. The Chinese know what they're talking about. Dark meat's more popular over there. And they are big fans of pork. I like pork too. That comes from my Chinese, the Chinese side of my...
Jesus Christ. That is annoying.
My family.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a new HDMI cord. Yeah. Yeah, that is taking a shit. That is taking a shit, all right.
So,
you know what? Technical difficulties and such. I'm just gonna go to bed. It's late anyway. Well, in any case, I'll be on later. I'll see you guys. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. Not entirely sure what the schedule is going to be like later today, but I'll be on later. You'll see it because I'll be live. But thanks again, everybody. Sweet dreams or good morning or whatever the fuck. But I'll see you later. Nighty-night.